Hello, everybody. It is Wednesday, May 25th. I hope everybody's having a good day. And if you're not, hopefully your day gets a little better. So, couple things. Thing number one, I actually had to turn on my air today. So that's running in the background if you hear that. Hopefully you don't. But that's its own separate other thing. Thing number two, the song that says it's playing, it's not what's currently playing. Because we're opening cards today, we get to go to Whoa Webcam. That's right. So I needed to do that transition very quickly before people were like, what's playing? It's not Zircon. So, for today's music, we have the entirety of the Overclocked Remix album that was created for Final Fantasy VI, called Balance and Ruin. These are all fan-made. Well, I mean, they're not parodies. They are very lovingly created, recreated remixes of songs from Final Fantasy VI. And again, this was a very long time ago that I found this and tried using it during one of the streams. I did not vet any of this. It should all be safe to stream. If it is not safe to stream, hopefully it'll be very fast and I'll notice it. The other thing is, I very much hope that it's not too loud or overpowering what I say or what's going on. I totally forgot to change the new subscriber text. Can I do that? Do I have that capability right now? You know what, give me 1 second. I think I can find a way to do this. All right, let's see. Is it that one? Perfect. Copy, and then we get to go back to, you know, why not do this all in the middle of setting stuff up? Why, okay, follow. Ooh, that's big. Okay, so that one's follower. Then we lock that in place. All right, that's good. That's fine. That's great. You can't see it yet, but I'm getting there. You're almost there. And that goes there. And that gets locked into place. Cool. There. That should do it, right? That's everything. Everything's there. I'm gonna probably drop it quite a bit. There we go. Just so long as it's under when people start showing up and deciding to pop into chat, the people show up above the names. Otherwise, it'd look weird. All right, so I didn't set up one for donation. I really should have done that. Then again, it wasn't until like 2 days ago that somebody actually donated. I'm still surprised. And still grateful. Okay. So aside from all of this finagling stuff, I believe today I got the email saying, hey, when are you available to start work?
Donations.
See, like I said, I haven't set up the one that shows donations. Dang it, Fen. I do appreciate it. like I said, that's not even set up on base. Like you see that little bottom part that says donations, and there's nothing in there. I have to figure out how to do it for the donations, and I haven't done that yet. So, oh wait, force of habit, going to emulation. But today, we got the leftover box of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty that I didn't open last time, and Streets of New Capenna. This is the Mafia one. It's literally mob bosses and everything. Sorry. Family businesses. Which is why the title is what it is. Cyborg ninjas sleeping with the fishes. I haven't seen anything out of New Capenna, with one or two minor exceptions. Some of it's really good. There's even a card that just causes you to win the game if you untap 15 tapped creatures you control. What? You just win right then and there. It's an alternate win condition if you have a bunch of creatures. I can do that. I know how to be able to do that in games. That is broken. But this is the second box. We do have the first box first. That's super broken. I know! I'm excited! I will, however, need to be right back because I have to grab sleeves. I did not grab sleeves on the first go around. So, 1 second. You know what? You can see my headphones. Once you see those move, you know I'll be back. Perfect. Yes. Ah, awesome. So I might turn this down just a touch. Mostly because it's in my ear that loud. Okay, I don't need that email. I just need this email. Keeping an eye on this email is a good idea. We're gonna pull over to the side, minimize it. So I do have the card prices up for everything. Everything that I'm going to be opening, with the exception of art cards. Anything that is like the little image art, I don't know. That's just gonna be a happy time bonus. And I left my knife proxy out in the other room because I used it to open the package that these came in. So instead, whoops. Instead, we get the easiest and most scuffed opening possible. Flathead screwdriver bits. I mean, I would have used the flathead screwdriver itself, but it's currently in my cheese drawer for hard cheeses. Okay. So. Kamigawa oh, sorry, you know, maybe, if I get in a spot to change things around, I might get into a state where I can have more desk space. Should I have gone horizontal instead of vertical? Oh yeah, cheese is great with salami. But I'm talking about like Parmesan. Yeah, you use just any of those real hard cheeses. Right! I have that set up through two different sound systems now. So I don't have to worry about that. Hello, Talia. Welcome in. For the next hour or so, you are my little PogChamp. Oh, I'm glad we discovered that if I have this going through the one sound player, it messes with things. But now it doesn't. So. Good news, bad news time. The good news is this ad does not make Papa John's pizza look very appetizing. Oh god, is it the one with the like the pepperoni inside the crust? Because I wouldn't get that either way. It makes the crust look like it's half the pizza. And I like stuffed crust pizza. Yeah, that's just bad advertisement then. Okay, so what I was going to say is I have a price guide up for Kamigawa and Neon Dynasty. The most expensive card that I am figuring will ever open could be $100. The most expensive card in the set is $1,285, but I doubt we'll see it. Because if we see it, I would be shocked. But that's neither here nor there. Yes, $1,285. But I believe it only appears in the collector's boosters and not these set boosters. We have a Rat Rogue token. So, reminder that everything in this set is... This is a return to a location that we've been before. I might have to turn down the music again, 1 second. Oh yeah, no, it is definitely a lot of cash for a card. So, now the reminder of this set is, this is our return to Kamigawa, which was a very heavily inspired, I want to say, Japanese set. It had all the samurai, the ninja, all the commies. Wow, just going straight with the art. Not even telling me that this is the Kiki-Jiki mirror broken. Reflections of Kiki-Jiki. Just art card right there. Yeah, that's some good art. But because of how things are, people liked the set somehow, and they wanted to return. We have a foil land. Hello, Tresed. Welcome in. Got a Sunblade Samurai, who is an enchantment creature as opposed to just a regular creature. So the fact that they brought back enchantment creatures for this set, real fun if you liked that. Twisted Embrace. I might not do a lot of the commons, just like the last time I did the, the Midnight Hunt pack. But some of these are really interesting. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for an aura or shrine card and put it in your hand. If you're running shrine tribals, that's what you're gonna want. Two and a black, instant, target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. In black? Alright, cool. Black gets enchantment removal. Omnipresent Shadows, 5 mana for a 3/3, not good. Return up to 1 ninja or rogue card from your graveyard to your hand, or put target creature card from your graveyard on top of its library. Not great. Unforgiving One. He has a sword through him, but he's a spirit, so it's fine. When it attacks, return target creature with mana value of X, where X is the number of modified creatures you control. Equipment, auras you control, and counters are modifications. Well, here's one of those modifications. It's an enormous energy blade. It's real big. Modern Age. It turns into Vector Glider. Do not let the guy with the sword... Oh yeah, don't let the guy with the sword in him give you a hug. But if you encounter the guy with the giant energy sword like that, he's fine to hug. He can't do anything for a turn. March of Burgeoning Life. Alright, give me 1 second. Because if Burgeoning Life is actually... No, it is not expensive, so I will not worry about that. But, choose target creature with mana value of X, less than X. Search your library for a creature with the same name and put it on the battlefield tapped. Yeah, I know, I keep turning it down. Because anytime that it just gets too much in my ears, I figure it's too much for everybody else. Because, I mean, when you get so old that you have to turn down your heavy metal, It's a bad sign. This isn't a great card for what I do. So I'm not going to worry about it. Weaver of Harmony. 2 mana, 2/2. Other enchantment creatures you control get +1/+1. Copy target activated or triggered ability. That's great. That's like super good. But it's also less than $1. Still, I should actually sort the commons and uncommons away from each other. You know, because we only had 2 uncommons in that pack. That's bad. And then Regent's Authority. Also, because of the Kitsune in this set, there are a lot of fox creatures and fox imagery. So if you like foxes, this is the set for you. Also, if you like rats and bikers and biker mice from Mars. Because unfortunately, all of those rats that used to be samurai or ninja, well, they used to be ninjas. Some of them are still ninjas, but some of them are rogues. And they got involved in biking gangs. Hello? What art are you? Some sort of lightning backpack? Voltage Surge. It's probably an instant that deals damage. Thornwood Falls. It's a land. But it's not a shiny land. Oh, yes, and snakes. Foxes and snakes and insects. There was a lot of fun stuff that happened in Kamigawa. A lot of spirits. And it's the battlefield with +1/+1 counter on it if you control a modified creature. So if one of your other creatures has any counter on it, this guy gets stronger. Silver Fur Master. One and a blue for a 2/2 rat ninja. With ninjutsu, 1 and a blue. So you can return an unblocked creature that is attacking that you control to its owner's hand and pop him into play instead. Oh my god, will you read? It's not just me, right? I'm not suddenly gaining cataracts, am I? Yeah, ninjutsu abilities cost 1 generic less to activate, so any color still requires colors. But other ninjas and rogue creatures you control get +1/+1. Not turtles, though. He doesn't strengthen turtles innately. Jukai Preserver, enchantment creature, +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Or you can discard her and put a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 creatures you control. That's actually good. That's a reasonable ability. Whenever it attacks or blocks, it gets +1/+1. Sorry, whenever it blocks or becomes blocked, it gets +1/+1. Favor of Junkai. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +3/+3 in reach. Oh. Okay. I can get behind that. Web Spinner Cup. 3 mana for a 1/4 with reach, and equipped creature has +1/+4 and reach. Because it's an artifact creature, Equipment Spider. If you pay the 4 mana, you can turn this artifact creature into an equipment, but it is no longer a creature. And if the equipped creature dies, this becomes a creature again. I feel like that was going to be an interesting mechanic if they have more things do it. Instead of just this one set, and now it's a parasitic mechanic that no one else will do anything with. But now we have Acquisition Octopus, the artifact creature Equipment Octopus. 3 mana 2/2. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's fine. The Leech Gauntlet. It's a 2/2 with lifelink. The equipped creature has lifelink. Seriously, just a 2 mana 2/2 with lifelink is fine. The Life of Toshiro Umezawa. A lot of things happening. Well, it wasn't a great life. But if you get the memory, you can tap that, pay a life, and add black to your mana pool. For some reason. Why does he do that? Who's to say? Rare is a Ganjo Uprising. X red and white to create X 2/2 white samurai creature tokens with vigilance and menace and haste until end of turn. And then each opponent makes X -1 2/2 samurai creature tokens with vigilance. Let's see. What's a reasonable amount of samurai to create? How about 13? You pay 15 mana into this. You make 13 samurai for you, and 12 samurai for each of your opponents. Why would you do this? It's not a great idea. Hey, it's our buddy, Enormous Energy Blade. Just gonna start swinging around. If he goes fast enough, he becomes a helicopter. Got a treasure token. Yeah. Here's the art. It is a dragon of some kind. So the question is, how long is this story? Kura, the Boundless Sky. Got a non-foil forest. Still, I very much like those lands. Moon Circuit Hacker. 2 mana 2/1. Not bad. Mirror Shell Crab. A 7 mana 5/7 crab. It's a big crab. Nothing else about this thing matters. It's just a giant crab. And then we have a fish. 4 mana 3/3 with flying, which, if I remember correctly, is still reasonable for what it is. Now, whenever an artifact enters under your control, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. It's fine. Moon Snare Prototype. Oh! Oh! That's not bad. It explains why Tamio was able to imprison Emrakul inside of the moon of Innistrad. But realistically, it's not great. One, and tap another. One tap, tap another untapped artifact you control. Draw a card, then discard a card. For 3 mana, sure. I've seen worse 3 mana. Everybody does 3 mana, get 1 mana things. Grave Lighter. 3 mana 2/2 flyer. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card if a creature died. Otherwise, each player sacrifices a creature. That's a shame. That's a real shame that there's an otherwise there, but if it wasn't there, this guy would cost 5 mana. Still a worthwhile card. Seismic Wave. Deals 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to each non-artifact creature target opponent controls. It's not great. Wait, did we just shift Final Fantasy games for a second there? Like that was Final Fantasy IV, right? I'm not wrong. Essence Capture. Counter target creature. It's fine. Alright, so I didn't explain these sagas previously. So when you play it at first, it comes into play and you put a lore counter on it. That's chapter 1. And then after your draw step, you put another lore counter on it. So chapter 2 would be the turn after you play this, and chapter 3 would be the following turn, normally. Sometimes there are things that can add or remove counters. However, this one is why I continually talk about these guys being biker mice, because their jackets are themselves enchantments and creatures. This is the jacket of the guy that was on the front. It's a creature. And it's a rat. And it makes the vehicles that you control have menace, which means they can't be blocked by... that they have to be blocked by 2 or more creatures. Jugan defends the temple. So create a monk with tap to add green, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 2 target creatures, and then turn this into Remnant of the Rising Star, a 2/2 dragon spirit. For a mythic, that doesn't sound great, but let's see what it does. Whenever another creature enters the battle under your control, you may pay X. If you do, put X +1/+1 counters on that creature. And as long as you control 5 or more modified creatures, which you would have had 2 initially, he gets +5/+5 and trample. Becomes a 7/7. Still not great. But I mean, I could see it. I could see it being... I can't see it being expensive. It is not expensive. Fade into Antiquity. 3 mana sorcery, exile target artifact or enchantment. This is a reprint, but it's a very good one for this set. Hey, I see a normal back card. This might be one of the ones from the list. Dang it, it's not. It's a double face marker card. Got my hopes up. So here's the art card. I don't know what this is art for. I have no idea. Is it an island? Invoke Despair. God, That's definitely invoking something. Watch the new episode of Prehistoric Planet. It's really good? Okay, good. Yeah, well, you have to be... There's always going to be some sort of disconnect. Because, remember, I believe there is a line that a line of text from the song Country Roads that always stood out to me. And it was weird because it's actually true. So it's the bit that goes, life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains. The mountains in West Virginia are older than life. And yeah. They have found stone caverns that don't have anything that existed previous. Like something didn't crawl in there and die. No. They found chunks of rock that has dated back to before organisms were doing things. Been playing Final Fantasy X most of the day. Actually kind of like it. Alright. I haven't played 10, so I don't have a judgment for it. Ooh, Ninja's Kunai. 1 mana to play, 1 mana to equip. The equipped creature has tap, sacrifice this, deal 3 damage to any target. It's like a lightning bolt. Almost. But you can only do it once. Because why would you be able to get it back? More ninjas. Sure. I mean, he has flying, so that's at least an upside. Dokuchi Shadow Walker. A 6 mana 5/5 ogre ninja. Well, this is the kind of equipment that I like to see sometimes. 2 mana until end of turn, equipped creature gets plus X plus O, where X is the number of times this ability has resolved. So, there exists plenty of cards in Magic that reduces the price of activated abilities. One of which even reduces it by 2. This becomes target creature becomes as strong as powerful as you want it to be. Period. Oops! I have activated this ability 45,000 times. So it gets 45,000 different activations all going down. Whoa, boy! I'm glad people don't use that. Three mana, 3/3. It can't attack. Target player puts 3 cards from their graveyard, from their library into the graveyard. It's not great. Kumano faces Kakazan. 1 damage to each opponent. Copy. No. Creature enters the battlefield with a +1 counter, and then. The etchings, it has haste, it's a 2/2, and if a creature would deal damage, if a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die, exile it instead. So no creatures left alive. Nah. Ah, the March of Swirling Mists. Now this is normal March of Swirling Mists, mind you. Yeah, it ain't much. Up to X target creatures phase out. Oh. Still no, but whoa. One, black, 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 black. For the sorcery, Invoke Despair. Which, if I remember correctly, was this art? Invoke Despair. Invoke Despair. Neat. I would have much rather had the other art. That looks amazing. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. Then repeat this process for an enchantment and a planeswalker. It's a foil, that's not nothing. Well, it's not extended art. And it's not showcase. But what's the foil cost? 40 cents. Well, that's kind of the downside when you wait to open these boxes, because sometimes people are like, yeah, no, this card's not really what we're looking for anymore. But sometimes you will find very expensive cards. All right, this time we do actually have a card from the list. Not just the double-sided indicator card. All right. What was this? Fester after he got into the fuse box? Satsuki, the living lore. All right. A lot of lore there. So much lore. Got a planes. Legitimate anime covert technician. It's a 2/4 with ninjutsu. It's fine. It's also an uncommon. The Gift of Wrath. I'm not getting involved in any sort of question about VTuber recolorings. Especially after I saw the post that somebody made about a Yu-Gi-Oh card that looks suspiciously like them. Oh, this is fine. This is an okay enchantment. Like, it's not great, but it's not awful. Lucky Offering. The Cat Fox. Oh, I mean, it's got a leaf on its head, which is why I'm like Cat Fox, but it could just be a Tanuki. Either way, it's a spirit. But that's not what the card does. The card just destroy target artifact with mana value 3 or less, and you gain 3 life. Hey, I'm not the one that said it. Kami of Industry. Kami must build sword. many swords, then people have swords. Five mana, 3/6. Return target artifact card, value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it gains haste. But you have to sacrifice at the beginning of the end step. So, Kami, build many steel. Go steels! And then you see a little steel guy just running along, but he's still kind of molten. So every step he loses about half an inch. You probably don't want this guy. Hmm. 2 mana, deal 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. And you can deal 2 damage to its controller if you control a modified permanent. Neat. I have to check the ruling on modified. Do loyalty counters count? Does just having a planeswalker cause you to have a modified permanent? I don't know. I haven't played yet, so I haven't played anything with these cards or the next set. I am very interested because here's the other thing. Streets of New Capenna introduced more counter types, like a shield counter, or like 7 other things that puts counters on your creatures. Having these 2 together in a standard block is hilarious. They just made the modified deck super dumb if it actually worked properly and didn't get blown out by red deck wins. Yep, reading the card explains the card. So one of them face down, you may cast it. Wait. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost if it's an instant that costs 2 or less. And if you don't cast the exiled card, put it into your hand. Yep, there we go. 7 mana, 6/5, the Colossal Sky Turtle. Behold, it has flying! The turtle flies, everybody! Also, you can do stuff by discarding it, and it does things. Either regrows something from your graveyard, or unsummons a creature. The fact that it's a 6/5 for 7 mana is hilarious. We found the turtle. There is a dog in the set, but I haven't encountered the dog yet. Put a +1/+1 counter on a vehicle you control. I just had the dog? I mean, I guess it's a dog. But there is actually a goodest boy that is in this set. Oh. Snake Warrior. Great. Cool. I mean, I'm not going to be mad at this because opening multiple... Oh, wait. Oh, wait! Oh, this is the guy from the Commander set. All right. Let me open up the Commander one. $0.24. Still not bad. 2 red-green for a 4/4, so 4 mana 4/4. Nice. Whenever an aura or equipment enters the battlefield under your control, make a spirit. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each modified creature you control. Okay. Now for the actual rare. Is this the one I think it is? 2 mana, 4/3 with crew 2. Yeah, no, this is a big boy. Big boy that wants you to have a lot of small things to be able to crew it, so you can sacrifice it. Or sacrifice stuff to it to make it bigger. It's not a bad card. I would like to see some fun things happen with it. Scrapyard Steelbreaker. She is more machine than man. Because she's an artifact creature. All right, so I wasn't anticipating finding this goodest boy. This is not the goodest boy. This is just a Floodhound. This is also not part of this set. This was part of not Eternal Masters. Modern Horizons 2, that's right. But Elemental Dog. Yeah, it's just a good boy. That one isn't even from this set. Got a spirit token. Good looking spirit, at least. Okay, this looks great, and if this is like an alternate art of Kami of Industry, Smoke Spirit's Aid. Oh yeah, I can get behind that art. Foil Island. Foil Fancy Island. I'm not even gonna check those lands. Anytime that I see them, I pull them off to the side. Guys, we found him. It's Donatello, the Kappa Tech Wrecker. It's a turtle ninja with ninjutsu. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, remove a death touch counter from it. If you do, exile target artifact or enchantment that player controls. Moon Snare Specialist, another very anime looking ninja. That's Leonardo after Donatello finishes giving the cyborg upgrades. But he's not a robot. He's actually just a turtle ninja. Realistically, this is Raphael, just period. And we saw that. Four mana, flash, enchant artifact, creature, or planeswalker. When it enters the battlefield, tap the permanent. If it's an equipment, unattach it. Enchanted permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap. Oh, that's a good way to stop planeswalkers. Cameo Safekeeping. Target permanent you control gains hexproof and indestructible. And you gain 2 life. Wait. Cameo's Safekeeping exists in the story, but she got completed. Also in the story. These are story spotlight cards. Every one of these is a story spotlight card. Oh, Wanderer's Intervention. They reprinted Gideon's Reproach with a different name. But I can't say Gideon Punch. Still not bad. Secluded Courtyard. Choose a creature type. Add 1 mana of any color, spend it only to cast a creature spell, or activate an ability of the chosen creature type. Okay. That is a glorious cat beast. 3 mana, 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, return target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. If it would die, exile it. Oh, you can't bring it back. Oh, okay. That's the downside. Ooh, that is a downside. All right, I can see why this didn't make a lot of waves. Still, it's a good card. Boseiju reaches skyward. Grab forests, put one in your hand, one on the battlefield, put a land from your graveyard on top of your library, and then it becomes a guy that gets +1/+1 for each land you control. So search up a bunch of lands, he gets stronger. Thousand-Faced Shadow. The 1 mana 1/1 with ninjutsu 4. Well, all right, that's gonna be interesting. Flying. When it enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, choose a token that's a copy of another. Sorry, create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. The token enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. Oh, okay, yeah, I can get behind that. Foil is the long reach of the knights, where make your opponent sacrifice creatures or discard cards, and then this becomes a 0/4 with menace, and gets +X/+O or X number of creatures in defending player's graveyard. Not amazing. Like the Thousand-Faced Shadow is definitely the go-to from that pack. All right, we have a human monk token. And this card saying, what is the list? 1 in 4 set boosters contains a card hand-picked from Magic's history. Learn more about set boosters at KamigawaNeonDynasty.com. So instead of giving me a card from the list, they gave me a card telling me to go look up the list. So far, we've had 1 card from the list, and that was the Floodhound. One second, I'm resetting the other thing. All right, we've got art. Sort of old fox. Light paws, Emperor's voice. It's an old fox, all right. Dismal backwater. It just comes into play tap to get a life. That's all it is. It's not amazing. So remember that 5 mana or 6 mana 5/5 Ogre Ninja? He's back. And this time he's pulling a Batman. Automated Artificer. Add colorless. Spend this to cast an artifact spell. Okay. Nah. Ironhoof Boar. It's an artifact creature boar. 6 mana for a 5/4. But he only gives +3/+1 in trample? He does have trample and haste. That not nothing. Thundersteel Colossus. 7 mana, 7/7 with trample and haste. But because it's a vehicle, you have to tap 2 power worth of creatures to be able to crew it. I could see this ending games very easily. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle and untap it. Alright. Or return an target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Oh, we found the other boar. This one's the equipment boar. Equipped creature gets +3/+2 and has trample. Sure. Oh, more equipment creatures. Artifact creature equipment rabbit. Equipped creature has +1/+1 and haste. It's a 1/1 with haste. Oh boy. Gods, I could do some dumb things. You just really got to get that rabbit out there. Upriser Renegade. Guys, I found the JoJo. Or is it Travis Touchdown? Who knows? Either way, it gets +2/+0 for each other modified creature you control. Not great, but doable. Five mana, active treason, creatures you can control get bigger, and then becomes a 3/3 with trample and haste. Also, apparently, we have a planeswalker. Kaito Shizuki. At the beginning of your end step, if it entered the battlefield this turn, he phases out. Draw a card, then discard a card unless you attacked. Create a ninja with this creature can't be blocked. You get an emblem with whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a blue or black creature card and put it onto the battlefield? I mean, it's a -7, so you don't get to suddenly have that, but still. All right, let's see Kaito Shizuki. $7. First one that I've had reason to look up and be like, yes, into a sleeve he goes. And then finally, we have the Imperial Recovery Unit. 3 mana for a 3/4 vehicle, but when it attacks, return target creature or vehicle from CMC 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. It's a White Lotus. Like that's what it is. It's the White Lotus mech. Like before Kamigawa, a lot of the vehicles were vehicle based, like a car, a submarine, airships. That's literally just the mobile suit. Or if you don't want to use Gundam as a reference, y'all remember Transformers? Remember it was what, season 2 that they added the human characters with their... Oh, this song. Season 2 that added their own transforming suits. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Myojin of Cleansing Light? Myojin of Blossoming Dawn. Oh well. And a forest. Sunblade Samurai. Getting a lot of good samurai at least. Daruchi Silencer. Deals combat to a player. You may discard a card. When you do, destroy target creature or planeswalker that player controls. Okay, sure. Seven-Tail Mentor. It's a Fox Samurai. 4 mana, 2/3, enters with... So when it enters or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature or vehicle you control. Spell Pierce. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 2. Here you see Jin Kataxis paying the 2. Explosive Entry. 2 mana sorcery, destroy an artifact. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 creature. Okay. Each of these have had story spotlight significance as well. There's been a lot more story spotlight cards that I've been seeing. 2 mana instant, exile target artifact or creature, and then bring it back with a +1/+1 counter. 5 mana. Return target creature or vehicle to the battlefield. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on it if you control an artifact and an enchantment. They gotta push their D&D stuff too, you know. Well, okay, so it's not the D&D stuff. I still have a box of Adventures in the Forgotten Realms in the closet. It's always like there's a point in time that this story is happening, and we see it well after it's already done. And they're like, okay, when this part of the story happens, we need to show that on a card, but never really explain that it's not, like, it never really makes sense to me. This guy's fine if you have a lot of stuff in your graveyard. Befriending the Moths. Becomes a moth. It's a 2/4 moth. Spring Leaf Avenger. A 5 mana 6/5. Already doing good. With ninjutsu for 4 mana. And when it deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. I'm good with that. 100%. It is not a lot of money. It is 10 cents. Oh, hells yes. Shiny Reinforced Ronin. 1 mana, 2/2 with haste. This is the stuff that I like to see. Because this is what I want to build a deck around. I want to build Red Deck Wins. 10 cents. Yup. And that's fine. That's all good. But this guy, I don't know how much he is, and the fact that it's foil? Sure, it returns to my hand. But he is super good. actually, has reinforced Ronin. $0.20 for reinforced Ronin. Okay, this pack is just shredding apart, and I should be concerned. Constructo. I bet this is the Kaito, but different art. Yep, Kaito Shizuki, just different artist. Red Green Land. And just play tap, you gain a life. Nezumi Blade Blesser. The Rat Samurai. Has Death Touch as long as you control an artifact, and has Menace as long as you control an enchantment. Nezumi Prowler. Some gets Death Touch and Lifelink, which is really good. Because if you ninjutsu him in and is like, okay, cool. Now I'm a 3-1 with Death Touch and Lifelink. I'll just take out whatever you blocked with. Oh wait, no, you can only ninjutsu an unblocked creature. Well then, something else. Something else will get Death Touch and Lifelink. Oh, that's the art for Voltage Surge. Sacrifice an artifact, deal 2 damage to a creature or planeswalker. But if you sacrifice the artifact, it's 4 damage instead. Oh, Papercraft Decoy. They made a little origami frog, which apparently has 2 power. Why? What is the deal with this stuff? A human knight has 2 power. This frog that's made of paper has 2 power. This DJ has 2 power. And I'd say she's dropping some sick cuts too. Still. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Okay, fine. Chain Flail Centipede. Oh god. Oh, did you hate centipedes before? Imagine swinging them around. All those grabby legs. Alright, cool. I just needed to make sure I opened that up again. When hit or a creature attacks, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. No, thank you. Bravelighter. We've seen this card. Seismic Wave. We've seen this card too. Azusa's Many Journeys. Turn 1, you can play an additional land this turn. Fine. Turn 2, gain 3 life. And then turn 3, whenever it becomes blocked, untap up to 3 lands you control. Nah, I'm good not worrying about that card. Egonjo, Seat of the Emperor. Sorry, Empire. Just legendary land that taps for a white, and then you can Discard it to deal 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. That's not going to be a lot. Well, maybe. $3. Oh, it's a different art for the Blade Blesser. But we did already see the Blade Blesser. Has that been 10? Hold up, 1 second. Yep, that was 10, all right. We have gone through a third of the box and seen 1 card that actually goes into a sleeve. That's okay. That's okay. I've also seen 1 card that I needed to get, so we're at least a little happier. Goblin Shaman token? I don't know what makes Goblin Shamans, but... So you remember that frog? The frog that was a 2/2? This Goblin Shaman is also a 2/2 once this will actually register. And when it attacks, make a treasure token. So a frog has 2 power. This goblin has 2 power. And there's our art card. Just watch the arc. Windscarred Crag, it taps for red or white. You gain a life when it comes into play. It's not amazing. Guruchi Shadow Walker, Ogre Ninja. Reinforced Ronin. That's the Samurai. Still really good. Sunblade Samurai. Vigilance. Pay 2, discard, search your library for a basic planes, put it into your hand, gain 2 life. Alright. Yeah, I can get behind this guy. Imperial Oath. Create 3 2/2 Samurai with Vigilance. And then scry 3. At 6 mana? No, probably not. When it enters and leaves the battlefield, exile the top card of your library until the next turn you may play that. 3 and sacrifice, make a Samurai. Who's making Samurai? Okay, at least the Goblin Samurai doesn't have 2 power. I can get behind this. Dockside Chef, a 1-mana 1/2. It's an enchantment creature human citizen. Oni Cult Anvil. 2-mana artifact. Whenever 1 more artifact leaves battlefield during your turn, make a construct. But only once each turn. No! No! That's bad! Why have that restriction there? Have it be once each turn, but not during your turn. That's 2 restrictions, and it's dumb. Never gonna see play. We've seen this guy. Invoke the Ancients. 1 green, 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 green. Make 2 4/5 spirits. Just make 2 4/5 spirits. And then for each of them, choose Vigilance, Reach, or Trample, and put it on there. Woof. Alright, well, Let's double check. $0.11. Foily Jukai Naturalist, a 2-mana 2/2 monk with enchantment spells you cast costs 1 less. That's good. That's actually good. I have another spirit token. And our art card, I believe this is the Wandering Emperor. Yep, the Wandering Emperor, but not the one that costs $50. This is the normal one. Let me double check that. Yeah, so the Wandering Emperor. Oh, wait, hold on. What? Oh, you're not $50 anymore. You're $90. Well, this art one is $20 if I had the actual Planeswalker and not just an art card. We'll see. We'll see. Good old forest. Imperial Subduer. It's a tap samurai. Hey, awesome! Another Silver Fur Master. Oh, I love seeing these. They're so good to get. Moonsnare Prototype. You've seen the thing that you're supposed to tap with Moonsnare Prototype. Automated Artificer. Kind of looks like Griffith from Berserk. I can sort of see it. Containment Construct. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile it from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn. I mean, if you discard it with a plan, then sure. Thirst for Knowledge. Oh, it's nice to see them reprinting good cards. Draw 3 cards at 3 mana, and then discard 2 of them unless you discard an artifact. Now, you can discard the first card and then have the second card you discard be an artifact, and you still discard 2 cards if you care about discarding things. The Modern Age. I'm sorry. I almost got super mad. Oh boy. All right, here's the foil. Guardians of Robo. So we already saw the land from the pack. The land from the pack was forest. We got 2 lands. This is a very fancy looking mountain. However, I thought this was my rare for the pack. Give me 1 second though. I want to see how much this particular mountain goes for. $300. Yeah, $1.37. But the rare, Inventive Iteration. That's a shame. Whenever you cast a spell, your opponents can't cast a spell with the same mana value as that spell until your next turn. I'm not even gonna check. That's not an expensive card. But I got 2 lands from that pack. 2 of them. Pilot token. I'm pretty sure this is the alternate art for the Reinforced Ronin. No, it's the Peerless Samurai. Dang. Swiftwater Cliffs. You've seen this ninja. Enchanted permanent hat. If it's a creature, it gets +1/+3 reach and taps to add double green. Or you can pay 2 and discard it to make a human. Monk with tap to add green. 3 mana. Return a creature or enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. Or do both. Or do both twice, maybe. Who knows? Snake Archer with Defender and Reach. It's a 3/3 for 2. Yeah, I can get behind that. Hey, it's our first shrine! 4 mana for a 1/3 with Vigilance, but at the beginning of your end step, if you pay 1, you create a spirit for each shrine you control. Aw, this isn't a shrine. I was hoping to see a bunch of shrines all in a row. Tap that colorless. Sacrifice it, draw a card if you control an artifact. Draw a card if you control an enchantment. Nah. Battlefield, exile up 1 target artifact or creature until it leaves. Or exile. So it's Oblivion Ring, or it just flickers. Not great. The Sager reaches skyward. We've seen it. Myojin of Roaring Blades. 5 red for a 7/4. Enters the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it only if you cast from your hand. Remove an indestructible counter from Myojin of Roaring Blades. It deals 7 damage to up to 3 targets. You could have dealt 7 damage to everything and it would have been an okay ability. This is not good. You're bad. You're bad spirit. But this is also from the Commander deck. So... Roaring Blades, 10 cents. Lion Sash, however, that's a card that's going places. 2 mana for a 1/1 artifact creature equipment cat. And you can pay a white to exile a card from a graveyard, but if it's a permanent, put a +1/+1 counter on Lion Sash. And then, equipped creature would get +1/+1 for each +1/+1 counter on Lion Sash. $1.66. Still nothing. Still not nothing. A Gonjo Exemplar. Haha! Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Come on. Come on. It's also a 2 mana 2/1. It's the same stats as that Paper Frog. So you can either have a tiny origami frog or a man who is named Exemplar. Who are you taking into battle? All right. I see a normal backside. It's another double-sided token. Frog, please. Fair enough. We have art for, I'm assuming, Tamio completed. Yep, Tamio completed Sage. So this was after she became, well, completed by the Phyrexians, who view all living creatures as incomplete, because they're made of skin and bone and meat and stuff. Can you imagine having meat all over the place? 1 second. All right. It's a fancy island, though. I do like these full art lands from Kamigawa. A lot of basic lands have been getting some good art treatment, especially since we went back to Theros. The Theros Beyond Death lands, which a lot of people refer to as the Pokemon Energy lands, because it was just the mana symbol encased in space. We've been getting some good art for land since then. Just Oki Ronin. Sorry, Aki Ronin. It's Oki. I'm not gonna lie. Pair of Ancient Fangs. Fearless Samurai. 3 mana 2/3 with Menace, but whenever a Samurai Warrior control attacks alone, the next spell you cast this turn costs 1 less. Ooh, okay. Alright. She might die from it, but something's gonna cost less. Unstoppable Ogre, a 3 mana 4/1. When it enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn. You can't stop me! I'm the Juggernaut! Oh, and then we have, hey, does anybody know in Japanese how to say "you are already dead"? I can't think of it for the life of me right now. I get the feeling I should remember it somewhere. God. Oh well, maybe it'll come to me. But single mana instant, destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, and you draw a card. Okay, the fact that you draw a card, totally worth it. Okay, the fact that you draw a card makes it secondary worth it. The primary worth it is Omae wa no Shinderu. Anata wa sudeni shinderu. Shinderu, yeah. Being able to say those is always fun. Clawing Torp. Why do I have floaty hands? As long as enchanted creature is a creature, it gets -1/-1, it can't block. Enchanted permanent has at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Alright. That's a good one. So Kenzon Smelter, 2-mana Goblin Artificer. If you combat on your turn, you may pay 1 and sacrifice an artifact. If you do, make a 3/1 red construct with haste. Oh, not until end of turn. Just. Oh, sure. Whenever this or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a charge counter on it. Pay 4, sacrifice it, deals damage, equal number of charge counters to target player, and then that much damage to up to 1 target creature. Alright. Oh! Oh no! Oh! Ooh! Ooh! I've seen dumb things that can... Oh boy. Alright, cool. I'll file that under terrifying thought for later. Aura of Enlightenment. Sorry, Era of Enlightenment. It's not an aura. Scry 2, gain 2, and then it becomes a 2/2 that hits first. I mean, it's a common saga. What's gonna happen? Brilliant Restoration. 3 white, 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 white for a sorcery. Return all artifacts and enchantments from your graveyard to the battlefield. That is too expensive for what it is. Uh-oh. I see a thing. Okay, good. That's fine. That's okay. All right. Yeah, no. There are ways to cast spells for free. Maybe it'd be worth it. All right. I found the Greater Tanuki. 6 mana, 6/5 with trample. It is a dog. It is not the dog that I was talking about earlier. Which I'm pretty sure this may have even gotten errated into being a raccoon dog. Allow me to check just real fast. Gotta go to Gatherer, where everything is. No, it is just a dog. Even though, literally in the next set, in Streets of New Capenna, raccoons are a creature type. So this is just a dog. Ooh, I see it. I see something that could be a list card. About time. I've only seen one so far. Okay, this is a list card. Cool. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi after his fight with, what's his face? Darth Maul. Sorry, Ishii 2 Heavens is 1. God, just lovely forest art. So good. The Peerless Samurai. The Iron Hoof Boar. The thing that's definitely stronger than that samurai. We might have found a peer for it. Thundersteel Colossus. At least the samurai can pilot the Colossus. By the way we've seen. Brute Suit Riot. It's a 3-mana 4/3 with Vigilance and Crew 1. Oh, yeah. That's a good vehicle right there. Twin Shot Sniper. It's a Goblin Archer. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. Wait. If it was a Twin Shot Sniper, wouldn't it deal 2 damage divided as you choose among targets? Instead of just like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot you twice with the same shot. I mean, it's a Goblin. What do you expect? Dockside Chef, still very good. Oni Colt Anvil, still very bad. The Akiba Reckoner raid. The jacket becomes a creature. Oh, I hate seeing this stuff like that. All right, I guess I guess I'll have to read out this giant explosive singularity card. 10 mana for a mythic rare sorcery. Ugh. Explosive Singularity. As an additional cost to cast, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature tapped this way. Deal 10 damage. That's all it does. Why is this mythic? Why is this 10 mana? You could have made this uncommon at 10 mana and it would have been fine. Because you're tapping 8 creatures and 2 mana to deal 10 damage to 1 target. 1 target. You know, the last card that I saw that dealt 10 damage to something was 4 mana. And it had a stipulation that could only be used on people that had 10 life. Exactly 10. No more, no less. And then the other thing that dealt 10 damage was 8 mana, but it also caused you to gain life, if I remember correctly. Golden Tail Disciple, 2/3 with lifelink. And then our list card, Factor Fiction. It's Factor Fiction. Some people like this card, some people don't. It's not, it's meh. It's been printed enough times that it didn't need to be on the list. Seriously, the list could be things like, hasn't seen a reprint in 10 years. I kind of want to see list cards that are in the old border style. But they can't reasonably be like, okay, we'll just print those because the reserved list exists and it's annoying. Always annoying. Every part of the reserved list is aggravating to people. I don't remember what this one's called. It's Sisters of the Saratomi. It's the 0/6 with Defender. Or it's a 3/4 with Defender, I don't know. Guardians of Arobu. A mountain. ninja. God, this ninja? Jesus, who is this ninja? Oh, right, he's the one that destroys creatures. Or planeswalkers. Okay. Not bad. Izumi Blade Blesser. The Economy of Terrible Secrets. Hey, you know that thing? That thing that you did in 2nd grade? Yeah, you know where you walked around behind the school during recess and you're like, huh, what's that? And then you just picked it up and put it in your pocket. Yeah, that was a slug. You brought it into class and then sat down. But the only pocket in your pants was your back pocket, and you sat right on that slug. I remember that you did that. It's a terrible secret that you have there. Should be a shame if anybody found out about it. If you control an artifact or enchantment, draw a card and gain a life. Yeah, okay. Enchant artifact or creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature an opponent controls. And then as long as this is a permanent, or it's a creature, it gets +1/+1. Okay. Snake, Druid, taps for green. If it's modified, it taps for double green. Boon of Boseiju. Get in the end, Shinji. Target creature gets +X/+X, or X is the greatest mana value among permanents you control. And untap it. Long Reach of the Night, we've seen it becomes the +X/+O for X for each creature in the defending player's graveyard. Invoke the Ancients. Again. But this time with fancy art. It's still not hilariously expensive. If I remember correctly. Because this is, what, the showcase art. Invoke the Ancients. No, I think that's extended art. Yeah. It is not extended art. It is showcase. It is absolutely the showcase art. Either way, another copy of Invoke the Ancients. Alright, you're good to Lyric Fen. Satsuki, the Living Lore. 2 mana, 1/3. Put a lore counter on each saga you control. And then when it dies, return a saga or enchantment to its owner's hand, or from your graveyard to your hand. Discover the impossible, but shiny. And yeah, you're good to be right back. I know it's about that time. And frankly, I should be concerned about, like, eating stuff. But at this point in time, who's gonna make me? The answer is me. I'd have to make me eat stuff. And I already had 2 burgers today. It is I, Baham, Bamba, the dragon. Ow, the dawn sky. Ow, indeed. Rugged Highlands. Coiling Stalker. Snake Ninja. It deals combat damage to a pair. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control that doesn't have a +1/+1 counter on it. Oh, that's good. Skyblessed Samurai. We just getting all anime up in here. Don't mind me. I'm on my way to, oh god, what was it? I was gonna say Ronin Heroes, but that's clearly what they're going for. Ronin Warriors, my bad. 7 mana 4/4 with flying, but it costs 1 less for each enchantment you control. Uncharted Haven. Enters the battlefield tapped. When it enters the battlefield, choose a color. Tap, add 1 mana of the chosen color. This is a land? Yeah, okay, sure. Why not? And I just play tapped. Fine. That's one way to get around doing that stuff. God. People think fixing is not. People think fixing is dead. Made in antiquity. We've seen this. Harmonious Emergence. 4 mana. Aura, enchant land you control. Enchanted land becomes a 4/5 green spirit with vigilance and haste, and it's still a land. If enchanted land would be destroyed, instead sacrifice Harmonious Emergence, and that land gains indestructible until end of turn. Oh! Alright then. And it has vigilance? I can attack with my Maze of Ith. Crackling Emergence. Oh, it's all the Genjus! The Genjus are back! Enchant land is a 3/3 red spirit with haste, still a land. And if it be destroyed, instead sacrifice the Emergence, and the land gains indestructible. Oh, does that mean? Oh. I was really hoping to see Patchwork Emergence. 2 mana, 1/1 with Ward 2. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Patchwork Automaton. Ah! Oh boy! Enthusiastic Mechanaut. 2 mana, 2/2 with Flyer. Artifacts you cast cost 1 less. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Oh, I've got bad thoughts. Bad thoughts happening. But we've seen this card. Ogre Head Helm. 2 mana for a 2/2 artifact equipment Ogre Head. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. And when it or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice this. Or the equipped creature. If you do, discard your hand and draw 3 cards. Nah. Moon Snare prototype, but foily. Alright, so we've legitimately only seen 2 cards from the list. We've almost gone through 20 packs. 1 in 4 my foot. Unless this last stack of 10 is just chock full of them. Dragon Spirit token. And some fancy art of presumably a Planeswalker. Kaito Shizuki. Different art again. Got a mountain. It is a nice looking mountain. Sunblade Samurai. Let's see what anime face we have here. It's very nice. These are all very nice arts. Moon Circuit Hacker. Covert Technician. Clearly played by Scarlett Johansson. Oh, wait, sorry. It's an uncommon. Put it in the wrong pile. Shine Steward. Again, gotta get them shrines. Debt to the Kami. It's black enchantment removal. I already made a comment about it. Kami of Restless Shadows. See that shadow over there? See how it's moving? Yeah, that's not actually a shadow. Bunch of tiny bugs. You just think it's a shadow. We've seen this guy. Shizoken Smelter. Seen him too. Dragon Spark Reactor. I have already gotten afraid of this card twice. What's this guy do? +1/+1 until end of turn for each artifact and or enchantment you control. Twice. And then gets +1/+1 for each artifact and or enchantment you control. Alright, fine. I don't know what I expected. Shigeki Jukai Visionary. 2 mana 1/3. Return this from to your owner's hand. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put a land onto the battlefield, and then the rest into your graveyard. Discard it. Return X target non-legendary cards from your graveyard to your hand. No. No. And then, behold the unspeakable. 5 mana for, what is this? Uncommon? Yep, uncommon. I thought it was rare for a second. This is very shiny. Creatures you don't control get -2/-0. If you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, draw 4 cards. Otherwise, draw scry 2, then draw 2 cards. And then exile this saga and return it as Vision of the Unspeakable, who gets +1/+1 for each card in your hand. Also has flying and trample. We don't talk about him. Samurai token. The art is some sort of offering, divine offering. Commune with spirits. All right. Yeah, okay. Tranquil Cove. White blue taps for you get a life. It comes into play tapped. Izumi Blade Blesser. We've seen this. Disruption Protocol. Counter target spell. As an additional cast to cost this, tap an untapped artifact or pay 1. So it's almost counter spell, but more often than not, it's going to be canceled. Short Circuit. Chant artifact or creature, as long as it's a permanent, it's -3/-0 and loses flying. Whoops! Alright. Good for blocks. Lethal Exploit. 2 mana instant, target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. It gets an additional -1/-1 for each modified creature you control as you cast the spell. Sure. Yeah, no, that's good removal. Solid removal. Virus Beetle. Oh, it's not an equipment. It's just an artifact insect. 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Oh, they reprinted not rotting rats. Ravenous rats? Ravenous rats. Because it's not relentless rats. But now it's an insect. Replication Specialist. 5 mana, 3/4 with flying. Whenever a non-token artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you get paid 2. If you do, create a token that's a copy of it. Alright. Not great, but... Circuit Mender. 3 mana, 2/3 artifact insect. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. When it leaves the battlefield, you draw a card. Yeah, I'm all aboard on this one. Malicious malfunction. Turns out getting stabbed causes things to not work correctly. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. And if a creature would die this way, or this turn, exile it instead. 3 mana, solid. Tales of Master Sashiro. It becomes the snake guy. Yep, vigilance and haste. Beseju, who endures? Even through everything, this tree still does. Taps that green, and you can discard it by paying 1 in green. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or non-basic land. Then that player searches their library for a land with a basic land type. What's on the battlefield. This costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. Now, before I get too deep in the weeds here, there is a version of Beseju who endures that costs $36. This is not that one. This one, however, costs $22. For a land. For regular art, nothing fancy, land. And then we've seen that guy. All right, last pack of stack 2. Okay, getting my hopes up here. I see normal card back. This could be another one of those double-faced notification cards. All right, I see the symbol. It's a card from the list. Oh, look at that. It looks very nice. All big like that. You can really see all the details. Foil Plains. Inkrise Infiltrator. Looks kind of like Valera, the blood elf. But she's not an elf, she's a human. Fearless Samurai. We've seen. Ambitious Assault. Creatures you control get +2/+0. And if you control a modified creature, draw a card. It's like Trumpet Blast, but exactly what you want it to be, and more. Kindled Fury. 1 mana, target creature gets +1/+0 and first strike. The only thing better than hitting hard is hitting first. Aki, wait, 1 mana Goblin Warpaint? Whoa! Whoa! I mean, it's +2/+1, and it doesn't give haste. But it's 1 mana +2/+1. There's nothing wrong with that. Whenever a non-token modified creature control dies, make a spirit. Okay. There's that Patchwork Automaton again. And the Goblin makes artifacts cost less. Behold the Unspeakable, this time not in foil. Invoke the Winds. Alright, so Invoke Despair is the most expensive Invoke card with extended art. I just want to see what this one is. Because this is regular art. 9 cents. This is the least expensive Invoke card. Sorry, I didn't say what it does. Gain control of target artifact or creature, and then untap it. For 5 mana, it's mind control. But you untap it. We've seen the Preserver before. Alright, cool. So far, from our list cards, we've had Floodhound, a common, Factor Fiction, an uncommon, and now Jump. All of which are blue, but target creature gains flying until end of turn. Because after all, what is flying except jumping really hard? Alright, so that's three list cards out of 20 packs. Realistically, we should be at about 5. We have 10 packs left. We need to be up to 7. 7.5 cards from the list. So there need to be 4.5 cards from the list within these packs. If we only get 4, so be it. If we get more than that, I'll be happy. Well, we have a normal back. And it's a list card. Great, cool. Starting strong. I think this is another art for the Brute suit. Surge Checker Mech. Ah, Foily Tranquil Cove. Why couldn't have you been a basic? Now you get to go on the special lands pile. Because you're foily. Alright, Nezumi Blade Blesser, the one that draws you cards, or Death Touch and Menace if you have artifacts and enchantments. Come on, focus in. Let's try the other angle. Futurist Operative. So 4 mana for a 3/4, but as long as it's tapped, it's a human citizen that's base power and toughness 1/1 that can't be blocked. You can pay 3 to untap it, so you can attack with a 1/1 and just be like, oh no, I'm just a little 1/1, don't mind me. And then once you're behind the enemy lines, you're like, haha, surprise! And then you punch him in the face, or specifically the back of the head for 3. There's the Brute suit. Counterspell. Distract flying. Flame discharge. Get this checked out at your local physician. X damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control a modified creature, it deals X +2. Oh, yeah. Invigorating Hot Springs. We have one of the only monkeys. So this comes into the battlefield with 4 +1/+1 counters on it. This is an enchantment. Modified creatures you control have haste, and remove a +1/+1 counter from this to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you can control, only as a sorcery, and only once each turn. This is a fine use for that ability. I'm okay with that. Era of Enlightenment becomes whatever enlightened man. The Restoration of Iganjo. Search for a plains, put it into your hand. Discard a card. If you do, return target permanent with mana 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. And then it becomes a 3/4 with Vigilance. And whenever attacks or blocks, make a 1/1 spirit. Nah. Scrap Welder. 3 mana 3/3. Already good. Sacrifice an artifact with mana cost X. Return target artifact with mana value less than X from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste until end of turn. But you don't have to sacrifice it at the end of turn. It just gains haste. That's good. Not expensive, but good. Season of Renewal, shiny, we've seen it. It kind of looks like she has a bunch of weird spider legs growing out of her, but it's cracks of the earth. And then our list card. Blood Rites. 5 mana enchantment. Pay 2, sacrifice a creature. This deals 2 damage to target creature or player. This is overcosted for its ability. Both of these are overcosted. If this costs 5, have the activation just be sacrifice a creature. If you want to pay 2 to sacrifice a creature, have this cost between 1 and 3. That's it. Blood Rites, not great card. Gonna look it up though. Yep, from the list, it's 5 cents. I have to check. Oh my god, how many times has Fact or Fiction been printed? Wow, so many times. And none of the printings are greater than $3. And that's a very special one. I'm not gonna check Flight. I'm not gonna check Floodhound. Those are both commons. The only reason I checked Blood Rites is because it was only printed in a Commander deck. So it could have been something. I wasn't kidding about these being biker mice. Nashi, Moon Sage Scion. Well, we got a swamp. It's a really good swamp, too. Aki Ronin. Futurist Sentinel. 4 mana 6/6 with Crew 3. Guardians of Robo. A 3 mana 3/4 with Defender. And modified creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have Defender. So if you modify them, they get bad. Kitsune Ace. 2 mana 2/2. Whenever a vehicle you control attacks, choose one. That vehicle gains first strike, or untap Kitsune Ace. Now this is pod racing. Suit up! 3 mana instant, until end of turn, target creature or vehicle becomes an artifact creature that is a 4/5. And you draw a card. Sure, yeah. Izumi Prowler. Okay, yeah, so it has to be an unblocked attacking creature that you control. When it enters the battlefield, target... Oh, right, it's the Prowler. Target creature gets Death Touch and Lifelink. I have to question at what point in time can you return unblocked creatures? Can you technically return an unblocked creature before declaration of blockers? I'd have to look that up. Kappa Tech Wrecker. It's the regular art of the Ninja Turtle. Roundhouse Kick. Sorry, Spinning Wheel Kick. XX double green. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of X target creatures and or planeswalkers. You are literally just rotating and just whapping everybody along the way. Alright, that's good. That's good in green. Befriending the Moths. It becomes a moth. Restoration of the Gonjo. It becomes the guy that we just saw this guy. But different art. Why is it different art this time around? Oh, yeah, no, absolutely different artist. I prefer the other artist and the other art. This one's meh. Imperial Subduer. It's a tap samurai. All right. Still need to see minimum three list cards. And then I might take a little 2 or so minute break to do spirit token. To eat a quick snack and then come right back. Once we finish the pack of Kamigawa. This is the art for Plains. This is not a Plains. Prosperous Thief. Whenever one of our ninjas or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. One or more. That means they only get 1 a turn. Roughly. Three 2 with lifelink. And ninjutsu 2. Season of Renewal. See, it's just the earth, but it looked like spider legs from the foiling. Snake Archer, 3/3 defender with reach for 2 mana. So good. Uncharted Haven, also very good. Oops, sorry. Fade into Antiquity, medium, but necessary. Rabbit Battery. I mean, I'm so happy about the equipment creatures. Upriser Renegade. Guess who's back? Michigo, Reign of Truth. Oh, right. This is the one that becomes power and toughness equal number of artifacts and enchantments you control. Hinata, Dawn Crowned. A 4-mana 4/4 Kirin Spirit with Flying and Trample. Spells you cast cost 1 less for each target. Spells your opponents cast cost 1 more for each target. Huh. Okay. I mean, it's probably not much. Yeah, no, definitely not much. Oh my god, I got him! Oh! Oh yeah! Oh boy! Alright, so apparently I was wrong, and the goodest boy was not actually in the base set of Kamigawa. But we did open him. Oh yeah, I'm grabbing a sleeve for this guy. Alright, so this is Yoshimaru, Ever Faithful. It is the goodest boy. Oh god, I was not anticipating opening this. Also because I forgot he was only in the Commander's set. So, and hello, Pessimistic Corn. Welcome in. I hope you've been having a good day so far. So, Yoshimaru Ever Faithful. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever another legendary permanent enters a battlefield under control, put a +1/+1 counter on Yoshimaru Ever Faithful. And it can be your commander. It can be one of 2 commanders that you have. So, he's there, day after day, he sat there, knowing that the Wanderer would soon be back for him. Oh! God. Having that in foil, too, is just really nice. I'm happy that I got to mention the goodest boy, and then we've opened the goodest boy today. Oh, oh. Oh, don't worry. Here's the goodest boy. Total Seymour from Futurama vibes with that flavor text. Yes, true. The only thing that I can say against that is I've opened a couple of the Wandering Emperor, so he can go right between 2 copies of the Wandering Emperor. Yeah. Granted, it's not Isamaru, the Hound of Konda, which is my favorite, my favorite goodest boy. It's a 1 mana 2/2 with no abilities, just a 2/2 for 1, and it's so good. But I believe he was a hound and not a dog, although that may have been retconned into being a dog. Isamaru has definitely been retconned into being a dog instead of a hound. God. Whoops, I should not have closed that. Oh yeah, no, that's that definitely brought up my mood a little bit. Ooh, I don't know this art. Risona Asari Commander. It looks very nice. We got a Plains. Heiko Yamazaki, the General. Although I have yet to get the Poet in this fancy frame. And I kinda need to. Heir of Ancient Fang. Favor of Jikai. Gift of Wrath. Here's a hint, it's grapes. Lucky Offering. Reality Heist. Oh, a Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park ad! Well, now we're getting into the weeds when it comes to advertisements. Oh, that's a lie. I saw one of those earlier. 7 mana instant. For the top 7 cards of your library, reveal 2 artifacts, put them in your hand. It could cost 2 mana. It has affinity for artifacts. High speed hover bike. 2 mana 2/2 with flash and flying. And when it enters the battlefield, tap a creature. And it can also crew for 1. Wow, that's actually pretty good. Then again, I was playing when they introduced vehicles, and I played with Skyskiff, which was a 2 mana 2/3, which crewed for 1. So Heir of Enlightenment, it's kind of, this one's mediocre. Neogen of Towering Might. Oh, what's this one do? So 8 mana for an 8/8. Is it very better than the red one? Remove the indestructible counter from it. Distribute 8 +1/+1 counters among creatures you control, and they get trampled. So yes, much better than the red one, which is deals 7 damage to 3 I think it's even 3 creatures and not 3 targets. If it's 3 targets, maybe my opinion will change. Okay, never mind. My opinion has changed. It is 7 damage to each of up to 3 targets. So you can hit your opponents with that. It's still very expensive. And then this one is Towering Might, 15 cents. Huh. Come on. We need to see how badly the Phyrexian messed up Tameo. So, they had to add a new word, completed, which can be paid with either green, blue, or 2 life, because it's Phyrexian mana. But if you pay life, it enters with 2 fewer loyalty counters on it, so instead of being a 5 mana... Wait. Instead of being a 5 mana, 5 loyalty counter planeswalker, it becomes a 4 mana, 3 loyalty counter planeswalker. That's not worth it at all! Like, I don't see Tamiyo getting any use at all whatsoever. Tap a thing, it doesn't untap. Sure. Exile target non-land permanent with mana value X from your graveyard. Create a token of it. Fine. Create a notebook. With spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. And tap to draw a card. But it can be destroyed! Why make a notebook when you could just make an emblem? Completing Tamiyo made her worse! So this, which is Tamiyo Completed Sage, I believe this is the art for her. Yep. $1.80. Completing Tamiyo made her worse. Ecologist Terrarium. Search for a basic land, reveal it, put it into your hand. Sacrifice it to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. Yeah, that's fine. It's another notify, or it's not a list card. It's the things that show what's supposed to be double-faced cards. Some sort of Naomi Pillar of Order. Neat. Did I get anything cool while your internet was acting up? Boy, did I! Oh, no, it's still acting up. Don't worry. I can show you. I can absolutely show you if you want to see it. At any point in time when you want to see it. Very foily forest. So, feel free to let me know when your internet is not acting up, Trezin, so I can show you the goodest boy. Ooh, Selfless Samurai. Oh, right, Selfless Samurai. That's actually a really good samurai, because you can sacrifice it to give somebody else indestructible. Dragonfly suit. It's a mech. You are literally a pilot. It is a suit of armor that you wear to fly around. Seven-tail Mentor, very nice. Is that a Fox Samurai? Why, it is a Fox Samurai! There are a lot of Fox Samurai from this set. So, now the fact that you were able to see that there was in fact a Fox Samurai This is the exciting card that I've pulled so far. Realistically, there's been 3 very good pulls. Um, what the dog doing? The dog's waiting patiently for the wandering emperor to return. Ever faithful. Pessimistic Corn, thank you for following. I hope you've been enjoying what's been happening so far. I will say this isn't well, I can't say this isn't a normal occurrence, but I don't always open magic cards. Usually I play video games. It's just I've been decided to take a nice little break from it. If you want to see other cards, other stuff that I've opened, I actually have a playlist on the YouTube page where I upload everything, and you can just sit down and watch some of that go by. I can't remember when I started, what I started with. I think it might have been Kaldheim. Here for the vibes, but I'll check out those vids too. Awesome! I'm glad you're here for the vibes, because I do try to make things, somewhat calm, and especially since everybody is all crazy. Having a good place to just kick back and relax, really necessary. Oh yeah, silver for master number 3. We're almost at a full play set. Prosperous Thief. Where's Cast Charm person on all of us? I did not put any skills into Bard. I definitely put points into performance though. Long Reach of the Night. We have seen Long Reach of the Night. Okay. Hello, Mirror Box. Come on. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. So, in the first time we were at Kamigawa, there was, I believe, an enchantment called Mirror Gallery that made the legend rule no longer apply. The legend rule being you can now have 2 legendary permanents out of the same name. Like, they're legendary. How would 2 of them exist? Now, Mirror Box means the legend rule doesn't apply to you. And each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1, which is already one step above Mirror Gallery. Mirror Gallery was like 5 mana. This is 3 mana. And this means your opponents still have to follow the rules of the legends. Let's see. Each legendary permanent you control gets +1/+1, and each non-token creature you control gets +1/+1 for each other creature that you control with the same name as that creature. Oh yeah. Okay. Now it's non-token, so you can't really be like, I have all these tokens. Unless. Now follow with me on this. Progenitor Mimic. It becomes a copy of a creature, and then makes a token that's a copy of itself. That makes tokens that are copies of itself. Those all have the same name. This is good for Progenitor Mimic. Mirror Box. This is regular Mirror Box. About $2. Still not bad. Experimental Synthesizer. Yes, the build your own samurai card. but shiny. All right. You have 5 sealed packs. And this one. We have a card from the list. Oh, I even got the art for Goodest Boy. Yeah! Oh, everything's good. Yeah! Windscarred Crag. Lifelink Rat. Always good. Your land becomes a frog. This is different art this time, isn't it? I feel like this is different art than the previous time I saw this card. Your land becomes a spirit. No, we saw all these cards previously. Hit first. Ooh, okay. Born to Drive. 3 mana aura. If it's permanent, it's a creature. It gets +1/+1 for each creature and or vehicle you control. Or you can discard it to make 2 pilots with these creatures' crew vehicles as though their power were 2 greater. That's a way to make pilots. Hotshot Mechanic. A 1 mana 2/1 with cruise vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. What? Okay. Sure. Mech Hanger. Taps add mana of any color. Use it to cast pilots or vehicles. Target vehicle becomes an artifact creature until... I had to deactivate a creature. Okay. A lot of good vehicle stuff from this set. Apparently. Invoke Justice. 1 white for a sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then distribute 4 +1/+1 counters among any number of creatures and vehicles target player controls. Behold my justice! Oh, God. Again, I know all of the invokes are not expensive. $0.16. But it is a reanimation for a permanent, and you get to put +1/+1 counters on things. You have to be very heavy white though. One mana, 1/1 spirit. What are you? Oh, never mind. I shouldn't have looked. I should not have looked closer. I am sorry, everybody. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Ooh, okay. And our list card. Well, it's an uncommon, but it's an uncommon from Darksteel. Lunar Avenger. A 7 mana 2/2. But it has Sunburst, so if you pump 1 mana of every color into it, it could be a 7 mana 7/7, which we have seen in the set. Remove a +1/+1 counter. He gains my choice of flying, first strike, or haste. I mean, fine. Again, I shan't Yamate. right, so this is the problem when activating so many sound-based things. Just needed to wait until the Gigaputty ended. All right, Pessimistic Corn. Would you like to hear what My Little PogChamp actually is? Because I don't know if you very heard it. All right. Let's find that then. Nope, it's not that fun. All right. I will also pause the regular music. And then I will open it in that one.
My little PogChamp, my little PogChamp.
So that's My Little PogChamp, which, for the next hour or so, you, Pessimistic Corn, are My Little PogChamp. Yeah. I did want to make sure that you heard what you redeemed for, because otherwise it'd be like, I didn't hear a thing. What was that? What are you talking about? Got that pilot token. And then the art for, I believe this is March of Extra-Worldly Beings? March of Otherworldly Light. A bunch of spirits walking along. It's very cute. Mountain. A snake ninja with death touch for 1 mana. It's solid. It's a good card. Ancestral Katana. Whenever a samurai warrior you control attacks alone, you may pay 1 to attach it. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. Oh! Alright then. Moth Rider Patrol. 1 mana, 1/1 with flying. But the moth itself is a 3/3. Oh man, we're getting a lot of samurai stuff right now. I'm happy for it. Reality Heist. High-speed hover bike. Still good. Behold the Unspeakable. Still medium. Ah, another copy of Chishiro the Shattered Blade. So now I have 2 of them. Kotose, the Silent Spider. 5 mana for a 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, exile target card other than a basic land from an opponent's graveyard. Lobotomize that card. And then you may spend manas over any color to cast those cards. Ooh! Ooh, what? Okay. Sure. Alright, Kotose. I see what strings you're pulling. $0.08. Look, it doesn't always have to be expensive. That's a fun ability. Dokuchi Shadow Walker. The ogre, the 6 mana 5/5 ogre with ninjutsu form. And by 4 I mean 3 and a black. I couldn't find a way to say 2. Ooh, a Tezzeret emblem. Whenever an artifact you control becomes tapped, draw a card. Or that is what it would say if, there we go, the camera focused. A sorry captain. All right. Stillwater Cliffs. Covert Technician. Still very pretty art. Sunblade Samurai. Reasonably good card, and again, pretty art. Kami of Industry, the guy that makes Melton Men. Tommy's Fire. Watching Twitch and VR is wild. Oh god, I could imagine Aura. Like, you can just walk up and be like, ooh, and then just... No, it's definitely crazy to be watching Twitch and VR. Voltage Surge. Papercraft Decoy, it's everyone's favorite origami frog. 2 power. You know those pilots? This is stronger than all of those pilots. Flame Discharge. Invigorating. Ooh, a second copy of Invigorating Hot Springs. Love to see it. I'm at a VR movie theater. Oh! Well. That's gotta be real interesting then. No, you did the emote correctly. I actually don't know if I have the emote wall set up for this screen. No, it absolutely is. Weird. All right, we have another copy of Hinata's Dawn Crowned. Very good. Oh, crap baskets. Okay, all right. 1 second, because if I remember correctly, all right, I will do a dihydrate shortly. Fable of the Mirror Breaker is $7. So who knows how much it is foil. I'll check how much it is foil. That's even not the right one? Wait a second. How many versions of this card exist? Oh my god, I actually opened the most expensive version of it. Ah. Wow, okay, cool. So this is $14 instead of $7, which is neat. Nice. All right. Let me do the dihydrate. Actually, let me do the dihydrate properly. I've got this juice that I still have from last night. I did put it away between last night and today. Tangy. You see, I got a new VTuber chair. I actually have separate chairs on all of these pages. So, a quick rundown. This is the one that I've been using on emulation, where it's got black cat with purple ears. This one was the one for Hearthstone. White cat with rainbow. Game, white cat with purple ears. And then this one's black cat with rainbow. I haven't launched Hearthstone in such a long time, I had forgotten which ones were which. All right. We're almost there. I don't think I'm gonna get 3 cards from the list, but at this point, I've seen so many good things from this box. I'm not mad. The only thing that would be like, oh yeah, here, why not have this foil shrine token? But that's not going to happen. I think you can only get those from collector's boosters. This is like see the unwritten, discover the impossible. See the unwritten is a different card probably. Got a fancy forest. Got the ogre ninja. Another copy of the Reinforced Ronin. I am going to build this deck. It's just gonna be red deck wins. Because, oh no, 1 mana 2/2 with haste. It's like Goblin Guide, but doesn't give your opponent a land. At all. Moon Circuit Hacker. Build your own samurai. Aki Ronin. Regular Art Peerless Samurai. Nice. Mobilizer Mech. 2 mana 3/4 with flying. When it becomes screwed, up to 1 other target vehicle becomes a creature. What? Okay, sure. You crew this guy and he's just like, touch of life to that one. God, vehicles are fun. Prodigy's Prototype. 3 mana, 3/4 vehicle again. Whenever one more vehicles you control attack, make a pilot. With this creature cruise vehicles as though power were 2 greater. Alright. Oh, I don't think we've seen the Fall of Condon yet. Exile target creature and opponent controls with mana value 4 or greater. Each player gains control of all permanents they own, so it undoes, like, stealing effects. And then it becomes a 1/3 with Defender, and when it dies, draw a card. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's real sad. That's a not good saga. Ishin, 2 heavens is 1. If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Many questions about what actually triggers on creatures attacking. You know what does trigger? Light Mine Field. Deal X damage to each creature, where X is the number of creatures that are attacking. Ah, foil Short Circuit. All right, the penultimate pack for Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. You are very difficult to open. Treasure token. This is probably one of those ninjas that we've opened and I don't remember. Thousand-Faced Shadow. We did open this one. Ah, Foily Rugged Highlands. That's unfortunate. Quelling Stalker. Aki Warpaint. Still surprised they printed this. Very happy. Amber Keepers. Also solid. Oh, that's a 6-man activated ability. Ooh, that was almost really questioning. I was like, why is that 4 mana? But no, it's 6 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on target enchantment creature. Oh god, it even has more stipulations? Oh, never mind. I thought that was going to be good, but it became worse the more words I read. There's the battlefield. For each kind of counter on target permanent, put another one! Or remove one. Oh. Alright then. That might come in handy for the streets of New Capenna. Born to Drive, Hotshot Mechanic, all these good pilot cards. Raid Reckoner, The Life of Toshiro Umezawa. The March of Reckless Joy. Exile the top X, sorry, it's X in a red for an instant. Exile the top X cards of your library. You may play 2 of those cards until the end of your next turn. So, pay a red, reveal a red card from your hand, exile the top 2 cards. You can play 2 of them. You still have to pay mana for them. But you can play up to 2 of them. Fang of Shigeki. 1/1 with Death Touch. So, we had the penultimate pack. Now, for the ultimate pack. The final pack of the box. It's not a token. I'm not gonna do a check to see if it's going to be a list card or one of these things. When we get there, we get there. All right, I want to know what card art this is for. That looks great. March of Reckless Joy, just a different art of the last one we just saw. Wah! Look how happy they are. Got a Plains. Earless Samurai. Coiling Stalker. Tawashi Song Shaper. It's good to see a second one of them. Chain Flail Centipede. These are all cards that we've seen so far, until this guy. Nope. Target opponent reveals their hand, you choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player discards that card. If you don't, put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature or vehicle you control. Yeah, no, we hadn't seen that card yet. Reckoner's Bargain. 2-mana instant. Sacrifice an artifact or creature. Gain life equal to the permanent's mana value. Draw 2 cards. There are better cards for that. Generous Visitor. We've seen this art. This time it's not foily though. Go Shintai of Boundless Vigor. 2-mana 1/1 Shrine. But at the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target shrine for each shrine you control. This is the second shrine that we opened in the box. Not second, like different types, just second. Not a lot of shrines happening in this box. Befriending the Moths, it becomes an Imperial Moth. Our rare is Invoke Despair, which we have seen once before as well. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life, and I draw a card. Repeat this process for enchantment and planeswalker. The foil, Born to Drive, nice. And finally, Veteran Motorist. Fine. You know what? Fine, I'll take it. 2-mana, Dwarf Pilot. It's a 3/1. When it enters the battlefield, you scry 2. And when he cruises a vehicle, that vehicle gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Why not give me a pilot card in this set? Fine. I have enough of these already, but sure. Thanks, the list. All right. I need to clean up a little bit before I shift into the next box. So hopefully things don't fall over. Still quite a few good cards. I mean, I feel that some of them are very good. Sure, not all of them are, you know, the fanciest, or because not everything can be the fanciest of cards. Hello, Nick. Why are you acting up? All right, so you know how I said earlier that I was gonna take a slight break and probably jam something into my mouth real fast, like a, let's just say a vanilla cream filled croissant. I'm not gonna do that. Not right now. Why, it's 7 o'clock. That leaves just enough time for this box of Streets of New Capenna. I'm gonna go however long this is gonna go. Because, I've noticed that somehow, even just opening a box normally takes a lot of time. And I don't know how all those, fancy box opening channels do it so quickly. Well, I guess half of it is they don't show everything.
Hello?
Hello, Hina. Welcome in. I might need to turn you up real fast. So.
Don't. I'm just not facing my mic.
Oh, okay. Mostly because I have other music running as well.
Oh.
So, I wasn't certain. But welcome in. How was your day?
Oh, I left my coffee cup at work.
Oh. So does that mean it's going to be full of old coffee then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay though. I got a Pepsi Mango and 2 big breakfast burritos.
I'm sorry, did you say a Pepsi Mango and 2 big breakfast burritos?
Yes, I did.
Nice.
Homemade breakfast burritos, by the way.
Oh yes, of course.
Hash brown, rice, hot sausage, and egg.
That sounds great.
If I had sour cream and green onions, those would be in it too, but I forgot to buy those.
Oh, what's this? Welcome to the bustling metropolis of New Capenna. Which family will earn your allegiance?
None.
And I got a little...
And you got a little
I got
what?
a little buy a box promo. Gala Greeters. 2-mana elf with Alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on this. Create a trapped treasure token, or gain 2 life. Neat. I wasn't anticipating getting a box topper. Or a buy a box promo, I guess. But, since you're here, Hina,
What did you pull?
I did pull something very good. I didn't pull the best thing. I didn't pull the most expensive item. I got this land that's about $20. Just for this land.
Why? Oh, I see why.
Yeah, it's got a lot. It's got a lot going on.
No, I saw destroy artifact.
Oh yeah, that too. A $14 enchantment. Like a
Damn.
like an $8 planeswalker. And then the pride of that whole last box.
It's a dog.
It is a foil goodest boy.
If it focuses.
There's too much light bouncing off of it. It takes a little bit.
Look at that boy.
Yep. Waiting patiently for the wandering emperor to return home. But the other thing is that whole last box, only 4 cards I put in sleeves. So they're not all winners. And for this set, Streets of New Capenna, I have no idea what to expect. Anything could happen.
Literally, one day after a shooting. One day. Another Texas student had guns in his car.
Yeah.
Why's that gotta be the first thing I fucking see when I open up fucking YouTube, dude?
I don't know. I just stopped looking at YouTube news.
It was on the homepage.
Ooh. These are a much different smell than the last ones. I might have to be very careful with this set. Because I know there's always jokes around of
Hold on.
Oh no, I was gonna say
Looking at leak news of Pokemon. Hold on.
I was gonna say there's always jokes around of these cards effectively just being cardboard crack.
The cardboard gambling.
I mean they are, but they're addictive. I don't know, some sort of crunch. Change of plans. Well, if someone bashes into your house like that, you'll be changing plans real soon. Alright, so like I said, I have no idea what I'm to be expecting from here. But we got a swamp. We got some rakish revelers. Apparently they are elf druid rogues.
I was gonna say something
What were you
about
going to
that because it reminds me of something.
say? Oh?
It reminds me of Fresh Prince. I don't know why.
No, I absolutely see why.
Like, it just gives that vibe.
Oh yeah, I know. Let's see, when it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 green and white citizen. Pay 2, exile it from your hand. Target land gains taps to add red, green, or white until it's cast from exile. And then you may cast this from as long as it remains exiled. So it's mana fixing that you can cast later on.
That's strong.
Yeah, at common?
That's really strong. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, also it's a 5/3 for when you cast
I
it.
think Magic is hitting a power creep again.
That could be. For the family. Single mana instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. But if you control 4 or more creatures, that creature gets +4/+4 until end of turn instead.
I totally can't just put my entire mouth around this burrito.
I mean, I was going to do a thing and make a comment about it, but I'm not going to. Mostly because it takes time to clean up to clean the dust filter of a microphone.
Are you doing anything tomorrow?
Not yet.
Would you like to?
Sure.
I need to get a ride to home from work tomorrow.
Okay.
If you want to pick me up, we can do something in between.
All right. Now, here's why I'm not sure. Because earlier today, I got an email asking when I would be available to start.
What'd you say?
As soon as possible, and that was it. That was at 3:30, and I haven't heard anything back.
Oh, then you'll probably start tomorrow then.
Maybe.
So maybe I'll see you there.
Well, either way, you'll see me there, but it's more of a question of will you see me there at 9 in the morning or at 6 at night.
True.
Speakeasy Server. 5 mana for a 3/3 flying, enters the battlefield, gain 1 life for each creature you control. Yep, seen that guy before. Oh my god, we have an electric Tommy gun. Damn it. Alright, everything's out the window. Screw it.
Magic has guns now?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Magic had a rocket launcher a long time ago. And I'm not being, like, talking about euphemistically. There's a card called Rocket Launcher. Alright, Arc Splitter. 1 mana equipment, equips for 1, equipped creature has, pay 1, this creature deals 1 damage to target creature that's blocking it. God, you just pump all of your mana and you're like, oh, you're gonna block me, eh? Ha-ha! And then the creature's dead, but you're still blocked. Elegant Entourage. 4 mana, 4/4. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, target creature other than this gets +1/+1 and trampled on turn. Not great. Brass Knuckles. 4 mana equipment. When you cast this spell, copy it. The copy becomes a token. Equipped creature has double strike as long as 2 or more equipment are attached to it. So realistically, this becomes 2 pieces of equipment. You could have a guy with a sword and brass knuckles and just double strike. Shattered Seraph. The white, blue, black version of the Rakish people that we saw earlier. So this one, when it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life, and it does stuff. Obscura Charm. Oh, they printed more charms! Oh, good. Everybody that was playing the Charms deck is going to be super happy about that.
No.
Oh, no. Spira's Adjudicators. It's a 4/4 cat citizen. That's the green, white, blue version of the brackish guy. But when it enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls can't attack or block until your next turn. What is going on? And the rare is fight rigging. 3 mana enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control. Then if you control a creature with power 7 or greater, you can play the exiled card from Hideaway 5 that this card has without paying its mana cost. Don't mind me, just gonna rig some bum fights. Riveteer Initiate. It's a Diashino Citizen. 2-mana 2/2 that gains Death Touch.
Wait. The fucking third legendary of Sword and Shield might be a fucking Cerberus. Or not Sword and Shield, but Scarlet and Violet.
I don't know.
Dude, that sounds so awesome.
Also, I don't know what this card is. I'm very concerned about what this card is.
It's a human.
I know it's a human. It's a human with haste named Elmar Uvenwald Informant. And whenever you cast your second spell each turn, untap target creature, then investigate. What concerns me is this ability, Friends Forever. You can have 2 commanders if both have Friends Forever.
I'm guessing there's commanders now that are gonna have that Friends Forever attachment to it.
Wait. Oh, no. I just I remembered what it is.
They're making commander decks like really fucking wild with this card.
Oh, no. It's actually not that bad. So this is not a commander card. This is, I believe it was
No. I said I think there's going to be commander cards with that Friends Forever attachment to it.
Oh, that very well could be.
As in, that card will go well with those cards. As in, this is probably a new mechanic that they're introducing into Magic. Remember what I just said about power creep?
I do remember what you said about power creep, but I also remember what this is. I'm just trying to look it up so I can say what it is properly.
Oh wait, I gotta. No, it's a cooldown.
Yeah, no, it's on cooldown.
Kirby redeemed it.
No, Kirby did not redeem it. Pretty.
Don't lie to me, Kirby. I know you're there. It's not there.
No, it was Pessimistic Corn. Redeemed my little PogChamp most recently.
Pessimistic corn?
Pessimistic Corn.
Corn!
Yes.
I thought you said porn, and I was like, wait, hold up.
Okay, God, it was, what was it? It was, Secret Lair, Stranger Things.
So you know how yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I mentioned how they're showing off every type of EV clip from the shows?
Yes.
Well, they just got to Master Quest. There's 2 more EVs that they have left that they can show in terms of EV clips from the show. One of them's from the 2000 movie, and then one of them's from the base series when before they go to the Orange Islands.
Ah.
So I think at the end of that, they're gonna drop a bombshell, and it's gonna be a fucking new evolution, and everybody's gonna flip their fucking shit. Like, I can see fucking Pokemon and Nintendo doing this. Just saying.
True.
They are a very unpredictable company. Ooh, gassy.
All right. So, I'm trying to remember when this came out.
When what came out?
Okay, it was 2019. So in 2019, Wizards of the Coast released a Secret Lair, which was an on-demand print product that was tied in to Stranger Things, the show from Netflix. And the last time they did this with a very, very physical tie-in was with The Walking Dead. And the player base got very upset because these were unique cards as opposed to every secret lair beforehand, which was always just a reprint with fancy art. And the way that they got around for the Stranger Things is they decided, they declared that they were going to reprint these later on to not be, Stranger Things related, but the text will be the same, the name will be different. It will be the same card. So this is a redone version of one of those Stranger Thing cards. Specifically of Max the Daredevil. Which a lot of them, all of the kids had Friends Forever as one of their mechanics. So that's surprising. I'm not going to look up the price. In fact, I might not even look up any price right now. At this point in time, who knows?
Yo, dude! This lady deserves a fucking Nobel Prize, dude. So did you know every country that has had a mass shooting, every single one of those countries except for the United States has done something about it?
Yes, I do.
That is pathetic. I guess my name's Nina now.
I mean, I've said your name many times, and I know I say Hina. I know the new subscriber spot says Hina.
Don't worry,
it doesn't help that.
Got it. Hold on.
One at a time.
So, look at this card.
I mean, you're gonna have to show it to me.
I changed my name to Nina.
I know you changed your name to Nina.
Fuck. Okay, I'm changing it. Boom.
4 mana, 3/1.
One simple letter change.
Yep. This is not a good card. Draw a card, then discard a card. If you discarded a non-land, put a +1/+1 counter on this card. That's a 4 mana 4/2, maybe. With Menace? Not really great. Broker's Hideout. Sacrifice it when it comes into play. Look for a plains, island, or forest on the battlefield tab. And gain a life. Obscura Hideout. So, plains, swamp, or island. Maestro Theater. Island, swamp, or mountain. Jesus, how... Cool, I guess I don't need fixing for anything ever again. Two mana instant, untap target creature. It gets +2/+7 until end of turn. Sure. Brazen Upstart dies. Look at the top 5 cards in the library. Reveal a creature from among them. Put it in your hand. The rest on the bottom. 3 mana 4/2. Apparently he's a shaman somehow. Oh, good. We have a crowbar. 2 mana when enters the battlefield, create a citizen and attach citizen's crowbar to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has pay a white, tap, sacrifice the crowbar, destroy target artifact or enchantment. God, this is a silly set. Alright, good. Cool. Let's see what other dumb things are in this pack. We have Mr. Orfeo, the Boulder. 4 mana for a legendary creature, Rhino Warrior. When you attack, double target creature's power till end of turn. Mari the Killing Quill, a vampire assassin. Assassins, mercenaries, and rogues you control have Death Touch, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a hit counter from a card that player owns in exile. If you do, create 2 treasures. But this is from the Commander set, so that already has its own powerful upsides. Theotora's Proving Ground. It's a tri-land. Taps for black, red, or green. Good solid card. Glittermonger. 4 mana, 1/4, tap, make a treasure token. Then Haven Ghoul Laboratories. Let's find this. All right, so none of these cards are going to be anything expensive. The most expensive one is 90 cents. So that's not a thought that I'll have to worry about. But I mean, the 3-color land is like $7. Not saying no to that. This is only pack number 2. And I avoided making an Avatar: The Last Airbender reference. It is some nice art at least. The basic lands definitely lost the treatment that the previous sets had, though. Come on. Capenna Express. 4 mana, 6/6. Sacrifice a treasure, this becomes a creature. So pay for your ticket or get some people to muscle your way in. It also has crew 3. Strangle. 1 mana sorcery, deal 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Aldi has strong arm, and the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. Oh no, on a creature. Oh, I hate that effect. That's never good. Prize Fight. 2 mana instant, target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. Make a treasure token. Sure. Oh god, I forgot. Alright, so fun thing about Streets of New Capenna. It's the first instance of a legitimate actual drug in Magic the Gathering.
Oh no, Zell.
What's
God,
up?
this ain't good.
I know.
14 has having network issues.
Oh, yes, it absolutely is. I saw there was a post about it earlier, and couldn't really do much about it. It was after I signed off that I saw the post, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll just do what I was going to do then. Come on, I could read these words. Roscoe, Cabaret Caterer. The 3 and X for a 3/1. When it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, search your library for a creature card with mana value X or less and put it onto the battlefield. Whoa. Sure. No, there is definite power creep, and I'm afraid of things going forward. Glamorous Outlaw, a vampire rogue. Deals 2 damage each opponent you scry to, and it's got the same exile it for an effect on your lands. Crew Captain has indestructible as long as it entered the battlefield this turn. Okay. Structural Assault. 5 mana sorcery, destroy all artifacts. Then Structural Assault deals damage to each creature equal to the number of artifacts that were put in the graveyard from the battlefield this turn. Oh! That'll be a very strong card for not standard. Foil Broker's Hideout. Wait. Oh, god damn it. Thanks, Wizards. This is just what I want to see from my list cards. Tezzeret's Betrayal. 5 mana sorcery. Destroy target creature, search your library or graveyard for a card named Tezzeret, Master of Metal, reveal it, put it in your hand, shuffle your library, or if you search your library this way, shuffle it. The problem is, this card, while rare, was only printed in the Planeswalker deck, and it only searches the Planeswalker from the Planeswalker deck. Giving me a Raging Goblin would have been better. And no, that's not a euphemism. Boon of Safety. 1 mana instant. Put a shield counter on target creature. If it would be dealt damage or destroyed, remove a shield counter from it instead. When enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It's a 2 mana 1/1. We've seen those all the time. Backstreet Bruiser, 2 mana 3/3 with Defender. Well, there are 2 more counters among other creatures you control. You can attack as though it didn't have Defender. It's a Cephalid rogue. The Cephalids are back? Disciplined Duelists. 3 mana 2/1 with Double Strike. Enters with a shield counter. Knockout blow deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. You gain 2 life. Costs 2 generic less if the target survives creature. There are 3 cards. Mana value 3 or less from the graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, total mana value 3 or less. Never mind. Got a sexy cat rogue who is wearing pants, despite what the coloration of the card would suggest. Waterfront District. Yeah. Fabine, Boss's Confidant. 3 red, green, white for a 3/6 Cat Advisor. With creature tokens you control have haste. Again, this is from the commander set, so this will be intentionally somewhat powerful. Within combat on your turn, each player reveals the top card of their library. For each land revealed this way, create a 1/1 green and white citizen token. Then creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn for each non-land revealed this way. Then each player draws a card. Ooh. Alright. Yeah. Incandescent Aura. 3 mana sorcery. Deal 3 damage to each non-token creature. And then Shiny Cat Citizen. I don't know. All of this feels very samey. And not amazing, and what the devil are these? Oh my god. They printed punch-out cards. They printed punch cards with shield counters on one side, becoming +1/+1 counters on the other. And these are to be removed and used as counters. I thought they decided that doing that in, what's it? Hour of Devastation and the set before Hour of Devastation. Wow, what was that set? God, I can't remember. Amonkhet. That's it. I thought they decided against doing those again. Here's an even closer look at Mage's attendant, the cat that is definitely wearing pants. Come on, focus in. We have Make Disappear, an instant that just counters a spell unless its controller pays to. They'll make you disappear, all right. Sewer Crocodile, 6 mana 4/6. It can't be blocked this turn, but it costs 3 less to activate if there are 5 or more mana values amongst graveyards. No, still not good. Fake Your Own Death. 2 mana instant. Till end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains when it dies. Return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and you create a treasure token.
Jesus.
By Your Silence. 5 mana sorcery, exile target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a treasure token. Mikey the Mouth kept his nickname after he struck his deal with Gregorio, even though he never spoke another word.
Speak that word.
Okay, you'd have to give me like a minute. I do know how to burp on command, but right now all my burps taste like stale Burger King, and I don't want that.
You stale Burger King.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you eat Burger King for breakfast.
Why'd you eat it for breakfast?
Because it was
That's
left
at least
over
a
from,
midnight snack.
Because it was left over from yesterday. It was sausage croissant sandwiches, all right? They're very cheap and surprisingly tasty. Psychic Pickpocket. Enters the battlefield, it connives. When it connives this way, return up to 1 target permanent to its owner's hand. Are there other ways to connive? Exotic Pets. 3 mana instant, create 2 1/1 blue fish creature tokens with this creature can't be blocked. Then for each kind of counter among creatures you control, put a counter of that kind on either of those tokens. Metropolis Angel. Every attack with 1 or more creatures with counters on them, draw a card. 4 mana, 3/1 with flying. Different art of the Rakish Reveler. Another Obscura Charm. Cut Your Losses. 6 mana sorcery, casualty 2. As you cast this spell, you may sacrifice a creature with power 2 or greater. When you do copy this spell, target player mills half of their library, rounded down. Okay. Whatever. I have a very, very fun, like, shiny card now. Brazen Upstarts. Looks when it dies, we have the top 5 cards. Reveal a card, creature among them, put it in your hand, the rest at the bottom. I guess it's gilded foil? Yeah, that'd be a gilded foil, all right. Problem is, it's only 30 cents. But it is very shiny.
My shiny teeth at me, shiny teeth, shiny teeth.
No, I mean like, that's how shiny the card is. All the way around it. And it's foil. An Ogre Warrior token. I don't even know where I was putting tokens. Probably in the... Yeah, probably in the land pile.
Did you hear that Dan Poppenmeyer got COVID?
What?
Yeah, no,
Oh.
he announced it on TikTok last night.
Well, hopefully he got the vaccinations, so it's not going to be a...
He did have vaccinations, but he still
Yeah, of course.
because that's still possible.
Foily Full Art Forest. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's still very possible, and you gotta keep an eye out on that stuff. Midnight Assassin, Flying Death Touch. If it had lifelink, maybe I'd care. It's too expensive. Rock's Pummeler. That's the battlefield with the shield counter on it. Has trample as long as it has a shield counter on it. The 6 mana 6/3. Glittermonger. Attended Socialite. 2 mana 2/1, and battle whenever another creature enters the battlefield, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh yeah, we got the cleanup crew. 6 mana, 6/6 human citizen. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target artifact, destroy target enchantment, exile target card from a graveyard, or gain 4 life. You can only choose one. Well, I got it. I finally got my stimulus package. 2 and a red enchantment. When stimulus package enters the battlefield, create 2 treasure tokens. Sacrifice the treasure token to make a citizen. Security Rocks. 4 mana for a 5/4, but you can pay only 2 mana rather than this whole cost. But only from treasures. Sacrifice 2 treasures to cast this guy, or pay 4 mana. I don't know. Maybe I'm now like more jaded to everything that's going on in Streets of New Capenna. It's not fantastical. It's just New York now. It's New York if it had elves and cats. Like, seriously, this is the dumb card now. Bouncer's Beatdown costs 2 less if it targets a black permanent. And it deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. That felt bad. That card doesn't feel good. Ready Charm. It's another charm. Zeator's Envoy. 5/4, whenever it deals damage to a player, look at the top card of your library. You may play a land. Cast spell with mana value less than or equal to damage dealt from this creature. If you don't, put it into your hand. Sure. Tainted Indulgence. Blue and black, instant, draw 2 cards, then discard a card, unless there are 5 or more mana values among. 2 mana, draw 2 cards, discard a card. That's fine. That's great. That's a good card. Then the possibility of not having to discard a card, why? Sure. Dog token. It's a 3/1 dog token. Jesus. Artis Obscura Ascendancy. Foil Island. Paragon of Modernity. 4 mana, 2/2 flyer, pay 3, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. If exactly 3 colors of mana were spent to activate this ability, put a +1/+1 counter on it instead. No. Waterfront District. Got a Snooping Newsy. 2 mana, 2/2, when it enters the battlefield, no 2 cards. And if you have 5 or more mana value among your cards in your graveyard, it gets +1/+1 and has lifelink. Because they've thrown away everything else that was important. Why not use their life instead? Oh, it's a Scooty Booter. Sorry.
It's a booty scooter.
Scuttling Butler.
Yeah, booty scooter.
3 mana, 4/1 at the beginning of combat. If you control 2 or more multicolored permanents, it gains double strike. Alright. Why not? Lagrella the Magpie. Battlefield, exile any number of creatures you controlled by other players until she leaves the battlefield. When an exiled card enters the battlefield under your control... Wait, what? Oh! Exile any number of other creatures controlled by different players. That still doesn't... Am I missing a word? Okay, when enters the battlefield, exile any number of other target creatures controlled by different players until she leaves the battlefield. When an exiled card enters the battlefield under your control this way, put 2 +1/+1 counters on it. So, exile things that you own but opponents control?
Take control of their artifact and then fucking exile it. That's kind of fucked up, man. That's just extra steps to exiling it.
Yeah, I might not be gathering everything.
Unless there is a creature or something that will benefit from
maybe
your opponent's exiled things. Because if that's the case, then...
And here we see the opposite side of power creep. Dusk Mangler, a 7-mana 5/4 black creature horror. At its additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, discard a card, or pay 4 life. So, 7 mana for a 5/4, not bad enough already, lose another resource. But when it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices a creature, discards a card, and loses 4 life. So, just don't cast it, I guess. Find other ways to get it into play. Play as a Augur of Agonies, a Cephalid Advisor. When you draw a card, target opponent loses a life, and you gain a life. Well, I got a spot for that card. Setting you aside. Skybridge Towers. It's a land. Swindler's Scheme. 3 mana enchantment. Whenever an opponent casts a spell from their hand, you may reveal the top card of your library. If it shares a card type with the spell, counter that spell. And that opponent may cast the revealed card without paying its mana cost. Oh, okay. It's a commander card, so meh. Soul of Emancipation. 7 mana, 5/7. When it enters the battlefield, destroy up to 3 other target non-land permanents. For each of those permanents, its controller creates a 3/3 white angel creature token with flying. There's a card that already did this, but it made elephants. It's fine. It's fine. Foil cleanup crew. What was that? Swindler's Scheme? All the way down to S. All the way down to SW. 11 cents. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. What's the most expensive? The most expensive is 40. So who knows? Wait, did my music loop? It might have looped. Ooh, that is a very dark and shiny swamp. No complaints there. Rooftop Nuisance. Tap a thing. Put it to sleep. Draw a card. Expendable Lackey. Exile Expendable Lackey from your graveyard. Create a 1/1 blue fish with this creature can't be blocked. I'm sorry. Exile him from your graveyard? Kill this man and make a fish from him. You literally fed him to fishes. Echo Inspector. Oddly enough, does not have Echo. Venom Connoisseur. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, she gains Death Touch until end of turn. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, all creatures you control gain Death Touch until end of turn. Ooh. 2 mana 2/2. Nice. Angelic Observer, a 6 mana 3/3 with flying. But costs 1 less for each citizen you control. Swooping Protector. It's a bird citizen with flash and flying. Racer's Ring, it's red-green land. Comes into play tap. Disciplined Duelist has double strike, enters with a shield counter. Incandescent Aria deals 3 damage to each non-token creature. This one's just fancier looking art than the last one. Oh no. Oh no, I see a lot of text in a red enchantment. Alright. Arcane Bombardment. 6 mana enchantment. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, exile an instant or sorcery card at random from your graveyard. Then copy each card exiled with Arcane Bombardment. You may cast any number of the copies without paying their mana costs. Yeah, that's kind of what I expect from a high-costing red enchantment. It's only going to see play in Commander. Arcane Bombardment. I mean, it's $3 at least. So, no anger there. Wow. That track was 10 minutes long. Citizen token. The art card is Elspeth's Resplendent. Because, yeah, of course Elspeth was going to come back from the dead. She died in Theros. It's Greece. No one in Greece stayed dead. Bullard Island. Rafine's Informant. 2 mana, 2/1 that connives. Rafine's Guidance. 1 mana enchantment. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. Or 3 mana if you cast it from your graveyard. Deal Gone Bad. Uh-oh, what happened to Rafine? Target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn, and target player mills 3 cards.
No!
I know, right?
No, I just got to the sad part of Heaven's Sword.
The sad part of Heaven's Sword. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. What do you mean by the sad part of Heaven's Sword?
Harshaphon?
I thought you already did that.
Happens when you go into the vault.
Yeah. Which happens...
I did the second part of the whole situation with the vault.
Oh.
With the with the kid.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, see, Harshiphon happens the first time you go into the vault.
Yes.
Which is entirely understandable. That is definitely I guess that's definitely a sad time. I didn't deal a lot with Harshiphon. Presumably,
Well,
I
it's just
would have
sad
if I would have
because
done other
he's
stuff.
a very likable character.
Yeah. I mean, the other time you go into the vault is just people being stupid. Darling of the Masses. 4 mana, 2/4 elf citizen, just riding on the back of this big cat. Other citizens you control get +1/+0, and whenever this attacks, create a citizen token. Okay. Ceremonial Groundbreaker. It's a shovel. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and trample, but you can equip a citizen with it for 1 mana. If it's not a citizen, you gotta pay more. Have a ready charm. Yay. Masked Bandits. The Raccoon Rogue. 5/5 with Vigilance and Menace for 6 mana, and has the ability to turn your lands into tapping for black, green, or red. But it's a raccoon! And a rogue! Depopulate. 4 mana sorcery. Each player who controls a multicolored creature draws a card. Then destroy all creatures. Why is then destroy all creatures the point of the card's name? It's not the first thing that happens. Okay. Disciplined Duelist as the very fancy foil. Oh wait, no, you're just foil. You are not the etched foil. Oh, that's unfortunate. That would have looked really cool with all of the gold around it. Tragic token.
Oh, I'm about to go do the anti-tower.
Yeah. It's still super fun. Like I have continually gone back in just to run it again as my level 64 Wondrous Tales. Very shiny planes. Run out of town. 4 mana instant. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on top or bottom of their library. Better to depart in haste than be dearly departed. Demon's Due. Scry 2, draw 2, lose 2. That used to be a 4 mana or 3 mana sorcery. Now it's a 4 mana instant. Murder. Destroy target creature. 3 mana instant. I'm glad they reprinted Murder. It feels good for this set. No more, like, mincing words. Just, you murder. Witness Protection. 1 mana enchantment. Enchanted creature loses all abilities, is a green and white citizen creature with base power and toughness 1/1, named Legitimate Business Person. It changes their name to Legitimate Business Person. Yes, hello, I am Legitimate Business Person. Take to the streets. Creatures you control get +2/+2 till end of turn. Citizens get an additional +1/+1 and vigilance. 5 mana sorcery. It's like Overrun, but not trample. Voice of the Vermin. Rats. It just makes big rats. Whenever he attacks, target creature control becomes a 4/4. Such big rats. Sizzling Soloist. It's a tromboner.
Boner.
It's literally just a bard. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield you control.
Correction! It's a jazz bard.
Oh, please. Find me a bard that can manage to keep on beat. Target creature can't block. If this is the second time that a creature attacks during its controller's next combat phase of Fable. What? Oh, that's not nearly as good as I thought it was going to be. Tavern Swindler. Oh, okay. I believe this is another reprint. 2 mana for a human rogue. It's a 2/2. Tap, pay 3 life, flip a coin. If you win the flip, gain 6 life. Only a chump stops after 1 unlucky loss. You're not a chump, are ya? Secondary art for Lagrella the Magpie, which we've already seen. Obnixilis, the Adversary. Thank God his name starts with O. I should be able to find it easily enough. I believe that's the one. That is absolutely the one. $17. He has Casualty X. So when you copy it, it isn't legendary, and it has starting loyalty of X. Each opponent loses 2 life unless they discard a card. Then if you control a demon or a devil, you gain 2 life. -2, make a devil. And -7, target player draws 7 cards and loses 7 life. Nah. I'll skip that one, thanks. Ah, yes, the Crooked Custodian. A 2-mana 3/2 that enters the battlefield tapped. Nothing to see here, just carrying a carpet. Yes, the carpet wears boots. Stop asking questions.
Oh my god, Sal. They
up?
found that Amber Heard's photos of the bruises and whatnot have all been photoshopped.
Oh, God.
This is just making Johnny Depp look better and better every fucking day of this trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gee, falsifying evidence, who'd have thought?
Who would have thought, you know? I'm glad Johnny Depp's getting justice.
Yeah. This isn't a mountain. This is literally just a building in New York. Or realistically, Metropolis. Metropolis has more pointed line buildings than New York does. Corrupt court official. Yeah, you know, again, maybe Streets of New Capenna shouldn't have happened. I don't think we needed an actual real life thing that, as I'm looking through all of these cards, it's like, yep, we got that. Cool. It's supposed to be a fantasy setting. Send me back to the wilderness with elves and dogs. But when it enters the battlefield, target opponent discards a card. Disdainful Stroke, it's a reprint. Racer's Ring, taps for green or red and comes into play tapped. Wing Shield Agent. Sorry, I'm back, had to eat. You're good, Fen. I've been getting increasingly frustrated at the realness of all of these cards. Whenever this attacks, one other target creature gains flying until end of turn. Okay, sure. Illuminator Virtuoso. 2 mana 1/1. And also, it looks... Why does the white mana symbol look so weird on the camera? Oh well. When it becomes the target of a spell you control, it connives, it has double strike. Torch Breath. Red and X, but it costs 2 less if it targets a blue permanent. Cannot be countered, it's an instant, deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. Oh. Dang it, I got really excited. This is 1 mana too many. But call in a professional. 3 mana for an instant. Players can't gain life this turn. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Call in a professional deals 3 damage to any target. Shield counters don't prevent this damage, as they are removed. Got the Spira's Adjudicators, the one that makes the lands into white, blue, or green. Just cats holding Tommy guns. And our rarest unlicensed hearse. A 2-mana star vehicle. Tap, exile up to 2 cards from a graveyard. Power and toughness are each equal number of cards exiled with it. Oh boy. Those are Tomcats. Well, have I got an answer for that one with this witty roast master? That's one way to handle a heckler. Otham, so Garden Outcast. Tap 2, choose target creature card in your graveyard that was put there from the battlefield this turn. Return it to the battlefield tapped with friends forever. That's another one of those Stranger Things cards. That means it'll take like 2 years for the mechanically unique Street Fighter cards to come out. We have a fish token. Yes, Hadouken did exist. It was a card in the Street Fighter set. Oh yeah, you can look it up if you want. I don't remember if it was a shock or a lightning bolt, and I think it was a lightning bolt. Most Wanted. 3 mana enchantment. Enchanted creature gets +2/+1, and when it dies, make 2 treasures. They really went hard into treasure tokens. Which is unfortunate because there was a different token that existed beforehand that you could sacrifice to make mana. And they just let it go away. Daring Escape. Target creature gets +1/+0, gains first strike until end of turn. But scry 1. So this is already stronger than the card that we saw from the previous set, which gave target creature +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. Big score! 4 mana, discard a card, draw 2 cards, and make 2 treasure tokens.
Oh, fuck! I didn't want to push that.
What'd you push?
My AoE heal.
Oh no. How bad is gonna happen from it?
30-second cooldown. And an Aether Flow stack.
Sounds like the Aether Flow stack is actually the more problematic one.
It's a 60-second cooldown, yes.
Yeah.
Technically a total of 90 seconds.
Jetmir's Fixer. 2 mana 2/2. For red and green, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn. If mana from a treasure was spent to activate this, put a +1/+1 counter on it instead. When you lose Jetmir's trust, his family makes sure you lose everything else. Vampire Wizard, 4 mana 3/3, could be a 4 mana 5/5. Nah. Ah, suspicious bookcase. 2 mana, 0/4 defender. Pay 3 and tap. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. Graveyard Shift. Return target creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. And something about it being instant speed if you could have more than 5 mana values. The mana values thing is kind of a dumb thing in my opinion. But if you're doing graveyard stuff, why not? Cabaret Charm. Creature control get +1/+1 and trampled on a turn. Nice at least. Oh wait, it's a charm. That's uncommon. Rakish Revelers. Elf Druid Rogue. Undercover Operative. The Shapeshifter Rogue. 4 mana 0/0. You may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of another creature, except it enters with a shield counter on it. So it's a clone. It's a clone that comes into play with one-time protection. Fine. Social Climber. 3 mana 3/2. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. Charger. Got a swamp.
Womp womp.
Got a Gold Hound, which is an artifact creature treasure dog. A 1/1 with First Strike and Minache. Dennis. And what you can tap and sacrifice it to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. They don't have the rest of that there because they removed those words. What, 3 years ago?
Womp.
Yes, Womp Womp. So we had a gold dog, but now we have a chrome cat. 3 mana for a 3/2. It enters the battlefield, scry 1.
Womp womp.
Womp Womp. Exhibition Magician. 3 mana for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Make a citizen or make some money, baby! Yeah! Nah. Vampire Scrivener. Yeah, unfortunately, the gifts don't work on the emo wall still. So. They work in the chat box, at least. Let's see. Vampire Scrivener. A 5 mana 2/2 with flying. Oh god, what's the upside? Please. When you gain life during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Vampire Scrivener. When you lose life during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Vampire Scrivener. I still feel like I'm missing something. That is too expensive and not great. Grizzly Sigil. Single black sorcery. Choose target creature or planeswalker. If it was dealt non-combat damage this turn, deal 3 damage to it and you gain 3 life. Otherwise, deal 1 damage to it and you gain 1 life. Oh yeah, there's a lot of vampires. So, if ever you had a concern about needing to play vampires in Magic the Gathering. Do I play Yu-Gi-Oh? I have not played Yu-Gi-Oh in a very, very long time.
I play Yu-Gi-Oh.
I believe the last time I played a game of Yu-Gi-Oh, well, the last time I played a game of Yu-Gi-Oh was in 2008. The last time I went to a tournament for Yu-Gi-Oh was in 2004. But that was just, local tournament and all that. And turns out, still trying to find a way to run Bad Reaction to Samuchi in 2008. Not as viable as you'd hope. Yeah, I know. That's almost 20 years ago. Let's see. When Corpse Appraiser enters the battlefield, exile a creature from a graveyard. If a card is put into exile this way. Oh, okay, yeah, because they could remove it. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, then put 1 of those into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. Pretty, pretty! Pretty, pretty! This is a much different looking Corpse Appraiser. Like, it looks like, what's his face?
Yo, buddy!
Yo, pretty!
Pretty, pretty! Pretty, pretty!
You're happy! You're pretty! Oh, who has a weird, like, pointy face and pencil-thin mustache? Either way, it's the same card we just looked at, but different art. Then Masked Bandits. Or Raccoon Rogues. Bolar Hatman? I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen Meet the Robinsons, so I actually don't know. Ow. That one hurt. Rafine's Tower. So I guess Rafine is fine, but she's found her tower. Tower's $7.50. Wait, actually. Yes, I actually haven't seen Meet the Robinsons. It happened after, like, everything that I was doing. How have I not seen the best time travel movie of all time? That's very subjective. And I don't have a subject answer for it. Because I don't know what the best time travel movie of all time is, aside from your opinion, Meet the Robinsons. All I know about that movie is the one scene about the guy with the T-Rex, and it's like, I can't attack them. I have a big head and tiny hands. Charger. You gotta watch it one day. I might. We'll see. They made a Chrono Cross movie adaptation. Planes. High-rise sawjack. Seriously, now you're just making up words. Whenever it blocks a creature with flying, it gets +2/+0. At least it blocks flying creatures well. Broken Wings. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Did Sawjack have a chainsaw gun? No, Sawjack did not have a chainsaw gun. It did look like a fire chainsaw, though, so there is that. Wrecking Crew. 4/5 with reach and trample. Because, of course, the giant ball on a chain has reach. Mayhem Patrol. It's a Devil Warrior. Menace. Attacks, it gets +1. Something gets +1/+0. Rogue's Gallery. For each color, 3 mana sorcery. For each color, return up to 1 target creature card of that color from your graveyard to your hand. Cormella, Glamour Thief. 4 mana 2/4 with haste. Pay 1, tap, add blue, red, black to your mana pool. Spend this mana only to cast instants and or sorceries. And then when it dies, return an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. Da-dum. God, all the charms aren't great. They're not great. Still not good. 3 mana, draw 2 cards, instant speed, fine. But it's one of 3 separate colors of mana to do it. Crew Captain. That's fair. And then we have a Mysterious Limousine. 3 double white for a 4/4. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 1 other target creature until it leaves the battlefield. If the creature is put into exile this way, return each other card exiled with Mysterious Limousine to the battlefield under its owner's control. So you can basically imprison a creature indefinitely, or until you decide something's bigger that needs to go for a little ride in the limousine. And bunch of birds. Rooftop nuisance. How many do I have left? I have 15 left. 15 packs remain. Another treasure token. The art card is Obnixilis. Sorry, did I say Obnixilis? I meant Thanos. Yep. You know where the art direction came for that one. Island. Ominous Parcel. 1 mana for an artifact. Pay 2, sacrifice, search for a basic land, put it in your hand, or pay 5 and sacrifice. It deals 4 damage to target creature. Dig up the body. 3 mana instant, mill 2 cards, return a creature from your graveyard to your hand. Copy it by sacrificing your creature. Incriminate. 2 mana sorcery. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by the same player. That player sacrifices one of them. If I were you, I'd check that elf's coat. I saw him slipping something into his pocket just before you arrived. This is probably going to be the last pack I open. I'll leave the other 15. I'll put them back in the cupboard. I just can't. I don't think I can go through all of everything going on in this set. Oh, 1 mana sorcery. Target opponent sacrifices an enchantment in black. Themed Silencer. When it enters the battlefield, connives. When it dies, an opponent's creature also will probably die. Who knows? Whack! 4 mana sorcery, costs 3 less if it's cast on a white creature. Target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn. So we have both murder and whack in the same set. Nightclubber. Creatures your opponent controls get -1/-1 when it comes into play. Hey, a fairy! Fairy Vandal. That looks like it's a reprint, too. Flash flying. When you draw your second card each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Fairy Vandal. Because nothing else has that mechanic. When you draw your second card each turn. Glamorous Outlaw. Aven Heartstabber. 2 mana 1/1 bird assassin. As flying. The bird. As long as there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard, it gets +2/+2 and Death Touch. And when it dies, mill 2 cards and draw a card. Foil Corrupt Court Official. No, okay. Not gonna second guess myself. I'm just gonna clean up some of these packs because that is half of everything. Put some stuff away. And then probably change my mind and continue to open packs anyway because that'd be leaving things unopened, and like I can't just be like, well, I've broken the seal of the package, but there's stuff inside that who knows what it is. You never know. Could be something real cool in there. So, still going. Fortunately, I've already made the comment about how addictive opening packs can be. It's the whole loot box situation. It's that little part of your tiny monkey brain going, ooh, what's inside shiny speckle box? We got a forest. Gilded pinions, which when it enters the battlefield make a treasure, and equipped creature has flying. 2 mana to cast, 2 mana to equip. Revelation of Power. Creature gets +2/+2, but if it has a counter on it, it also gets lifelink and flying. Oh, we got a fence. Oh wait, a fencer, not a fence. Different profession. My bad. Celebrity Fencer. 4 mana, 3/2. When it enters the whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on her. That's very strong. Very good. Hold for Ransom. 2 mana enchantment. Enchanted creature can't attack or block and has pay 7, hold for Ransom's controller sacrifices it, and draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery. So it's like pacifism, but if your opponent pays 7, it ends and you draw a card. Forge Boss. 4 mana for a 3/4. Whenever you sacrifice one or more other creatures, Forge Boss deals 2 damage to each opponent. But this ability only triggers once each turn. Could have been real good. Could have been something real nice there, but no. Once each turn. Fatal Grudge. 2 mana sorcery, as an additional cost, sacrifice a permanent. Each opponent chooses a permanent they control that shares a type with the sacrificed permanent and sacrifices it. Draw a card. Pugnacious Pugilist. 5 mana 4/4. When it attacks, make a tapped attacking 1/1 Red Devil. And I haven't explained what Blitz does. If you cast this spell for its Blitz cost, it gains haste, and when this creature dies, you draw a card. Then sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. So it will always die no matter what. Unless it gets exiled somehow. But it shan't survive the turn. Rocco, Cabaret Caterer. We have seen him before, just in different art. Rafine, Scheming Seer. White, blue, black for a 1/4 legendary Sphinx Demon. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature connives X. where X is the number of attacking creatures. I mean, okay. She herself is $7. Corpse explosion. Additional cost, exile a creature from your graveyard, deal damage to each creature in each planeswalker equal to the creature's power. So I had a double glance moment because for Rafine, her normal price is $5. That one, which I have, is the showcase frame. That's $7. The gilded foil, which is where the stuff on the side would have been gold, like gold flaked, is $70. I was like, what? Oh wait, sorry. I made a joke about someone sleeping with the fishes earlier. Here's the card Sleep with the Fishes. 2 mana enchantment, enchant creature. When Sleep with the Fishes enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature and make a fish. It doesn't untap during its control. The creature doesn't untap during controller's next untap step. Angel of Serenity. I mean, you're fine. You're fine.
Hey, Zal. I'm gonna go talk with Panda for a bit.
Okay.
Alright.
Alright.
See you in a bit.
Have fun talking with Panda.
Yeah.
30 cents. 30 cents for a mythic rare. Every version of the card is cheap. Even the initial printing of Return to Ravnica, where I initially got the card, it's cheap. So I saw earlier today, Panda sent me a message, and I was like, oh, what's this? And I never responded to it. I do feel a little bad. Citizen. The art is Angelic Sleuth, but by God, this mountain. I'm sorry. Did somebody hire the people that made the Iron Maiden covers for this mountain? There's a lot going on here. What the? What? Ah! This is a bad card. This is such a bad card. All right. Behold how bad this card is. Ready to Rumble, a 5-mana sorcery that reads: choose one, deal 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy target artifact. That would be acceptable at 2 mana sorcery. Not 5 mana. 2 mana. This is a bad card. Too expensive. Body Dropper. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Body Dropper. That's a 2 mana 2/2, which is already pretty good. And then pay 2, sacrifice another creature, he gains menace until end of turn. Kill count? I lost track years ago. Ah, good God, man. That's actually a reasonable card. Girder Goons. 5 mana 4/4. When it dies, create a tapped 2/2 black rogue token. Sure. Hire Sledge Arsonist. A Viashino for some reason. 3 mana 2/2. Pay 1. Tap. Deals X damage to any target where X is the number of permanents you've sacrificed this turn. Glittering Stockpile. 2 and a red for an artifact treasure. Tap to add red, put a stash counter on this. Tap and sacrifice this, add X mana of any one color where X is the number of stash counters on Glittering Stockpile. But it doesn't have the standard treasure mechanic of just tap, sacrifice, add 1 mana of any color. So, does that mean treasure can just be an artifact type and not specifically tied to that? Involuntary Employment. 4 mana sorcery, gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it, it gains haste. Create a treasure token. Rob the Archives. 2 mana sorcery, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards this turn. And with Casualty 1, if you sacrifice a creature with power 1 or greater, you can copy the spell. Waterfront District. Maceros Charm. You know, that 3 mana effect that deals 5 damage to target creature or player. 3 mana. And this is an instant. And these are supposed to be bad for what they do. Like, slightly overcosted for this effect. Void Rend. I'll rend your void. This spell can't be countered. Instant speed, destroy target non-land permanent. It's probably not going to be a lot, because it's 3 colors. Yeah, Void Rend is $1.70. This is just a foil version of the Corpse Appraiser. Not the gilded foil. So far I've only opened 1 gilded foil. I would like to open a second so I can show it off. Got ourselves a plains. Light them up! 2 damage to target creature or planeswalker. 2 mana sorcery that you can copy by sacrificing a creature. That's still, like, expensive for that effect. Witty Roastmaster, not foil. Still setting a guy on fire, though. A warm welcome. 3 mana instant. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order, and then make a citizen token. Not bad. Social Climber, we've seen her, just not foil. Or this one's not foil. Hypnotic Grifter. 1 mana with 1/2. Pay 3, Hypnotic Grifter connives. Just, period. That's a line. That is a line of text. Illicit Shipment. 5 mana for search your library for a card, put it into your hand, shuffle your library. The only reason it's 5 mana instead of 4 mana and called, Diabolic Tutor is because you have the Casualty 3, so you can sacrifice a creature with power 3 or greater to copy this spell. Not worth it. Tainted Indulgence. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Maybe. Quasar, Augur of Agonies. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent loses a life and you gain a life. I've already put one of her aside. Where did that one go? Shattered Seraph. We've seen her as well, but actually I'm going to put her aside as well. You know what? I'm going to change my mind. I'm not going to put them aside. Eventually I'll go through these boxes again. Gala Greeters. Not foil buy a box promos. Okay, this might be fun. Sanguine Spy. 3 mana for a 2/3 vampire rogue with lifelink and menace. Pay 1, sacrifice a creature, look at the top card of your library. You may put it into your graveyard. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyards, you may pay 2 life. If you do, draw a card. I've changed my mind on thinking that might be a good card. Because, I don't think that's a good card. Yeah. Citizen token. Angel of Suffering. Yep. That's a lot of suffering, all right. Land System Forest. Glamorous Outlaw. Got a real nasty looking cat there. This is fine. I do like these cards. It does make mana fixing a lot easier. Shattered Seraph. Ah, another Crooked Custodian. Nothing to see here, just carrying a carpet. Yes, the carpet wear boots. Stop asking questions. Also a 2 mana 3/2. Comes into play tapped, but that can be changed. Syndicate Infiltrator. We've seen this card. We've seen all of these cards. suspicious bookcase. Graveyard Shift. Brazen Upstart. We saw this guy. This is the one that I have in Gilded Foil. Waterfront District. Okay, I haven't seen this guy yet. Tivit, Seller of Secrets. A Sphinx Robe with a 6 mana 6/6 with flying and ward 3. And when it enters the battlefield or deals combat damage to a player, starting with you, each player votes for evidence or bribery. For each vote of evidence, investigate. For each bribery, create a treasure token. And while voting, you may vote an additional time. Okay, all right. It's a commander card. It's made for the commander deck. It's not going to happen. Cemetery Tampering. Hideaway 5. The graveyard upkeep, you may mill 3 cards. Then, if there are 20 or more cards in your graveyard, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. Privateer's Overlook. Search for swamp, mountain, or forest. So, Jun. So we have Naya, Jund. Gotta run, gotta get the little Everbrand to bed. You're good, Fen. Have yourself a good night if you don't come on back. And good luck tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll be there or not. Treasure token. A little chat. Cutthroat Contender. 1 mana, 1/1, pay 1 life, gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Which would have been fine, but you can only activate it once each turn. Come on! Quick Draw Dagger. 3 mana equipment with flash. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Gains first strike until end of turn. Also, it gets +1/+1. Okay, this is a new card and mechanic. Case the Joint. 4 mana instant, draw 2 cards, then look at the top card of each player's library. Alright. We've seen Rogue's Gallery. We've seen Cormella. I think we've seen Maestro's Charm. Yeah, because this is the one that I complained about earlier. And the Broker's Charm. We've seen Rocco as well. Tramway Station, I think, is the only one that we hadn't seen yet. Rafine, Scheming Seer. So this is the one that's $5 as opposed to the one that's $7. But it's still $5. Also, now I have 2 of them? Sure, fine. And Luxurious Libations. Target creature gets +X/+X. Make a citizen. In that order. So you can't make a citizen first and then give it +X/+X. It doesn't become create an XX blocker. Or I guess an X+1 blocker. Dog. I know I'm just gonna be able to. I'm gonna get through this box. Half of this is, you know, having the gumption to do it, and mostly it's just I don't want to have an open box that I can't put away properly because there's still packs in it. And these aren't really draft packs, so I can't just be like, okay, I'll just take them down to a game store and play games with them during like draft weekend. No, this doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Kill shot. Destroy target attacking creature. Broker's Veteran. 2 mana, 2/1. When it dies, put a shield counter on a creature you control. Alright. Halo Scarab. Okay. Alright. So. Remember a while ago I made a comment about how Streets of New Capenna has Magic the Gathering's first instance of actual drug? It's called Halo. And you can mix it in with drinks. You can do all sorts of things with it. It pulses with the colors that best complement its wearer's outfit. And apparently it's highly addictive. Majestic Metamorphosis, 3 mana for until end of turn, something becomes a 4/4 and gains flying. Oh, target artifact or creature becomes a 4/4 angel artifact creature and gains flying. And you draw a card. Okay. Nimble Larcenist, a bird rogue. Enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand, choose an artifact, instant, or sorcery from among them, and exile that card. They don't get it back. It's gone. Unlucky Witness. Single red mana for a 1/1. When it dies, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until your next end step, you may play one of those cards. The guard took a midnight shift to earn a promotion. Unfortunately, so did the assassin. Not playing that one. Rivetier's Decoy. 2 mana for a 3/1 that must be blocked. If able. It's lure. It has lure. Oh, when Rivetier's Requisitioner dies, create a treasure token. Another 2 mana 3/1. We're really trying to get that blitz mechanic happening. Botanical Plaza. Fine. Extraction Specialist. 3 mana, human rogue with lifelink. Enters the battlefield, return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That creature cannot attack or block for as long as you control extraction. Excellent. Huh. Oh, okay. Weird. Maestros Initiate. 3 mana for a 3/1. Pay 5 and exile it from your graveyard to draw 2 cards and discard a card. Come on. I really want to see something great. Mountain. Inspiring Overseer. Gain life. When it enters the battlefield, you gain a life and you draw a card. It's an Angel Cleric. Botanical Plaza. Spira's Adjudicators. These are the cats again. But this is their actual art. Join the Maestros. Create a 4/3 Black Ogre Warrior creature token for 5 mana. And you can copy it. It's 5 mana though! Way too expensive. Cabaretti Charm. Obscura Charm. Riveteer's Charm. Another Riveteer's Charm. Skybridge Towers. Widespread Thieving. 3 mana for an enchantment with Hideaway 5. Whenever you cast a multicolored spell, create a treasure token. Then you may pay 5. If you do, you may play the exiled card without paying its mana cost. But if its mana cost is 5 or less, then you did pay its mana cost. I don't care. No. No. It's not good. Cabaretti Initiate. It's a raccoon citizen. With the 1/2 that can gain double strike because it has 2 bottles. And apparently we had a card from the list, which is nice. Remorseless Punishment, 3 and double black. Target opponent loses 5 life unless they discard 2 cards or sacrifice a creature or planeswalker, and repeat this once. So they could discard 4 cards, 2 cards, and sacrifice a creature, sacrifice 2 creatures, or lose 10 life. Or something to that effect. Got a nice little swamp. Oh god, is that what the regular art for Masked Bandits looks like? You can't even tell that they're raccoons! Antagonize. Target creature gets +4 plus target creature gets plus ogre until end of turn. Plasma Jockey. When it attacks, target creature can't block. And it has Blitz. Jackhammer. 2 mana equipment. Creature gets +2 plus out. Forge Boss. Again. Fatal Grudge. Again. Pugnacious Pugilist. Again. Disciplined Duelist. Seriously. Botanical Plaza. Endless Detour. 3 mana instant, the owner of target spell, non-land permanent, or card in a graveyard puts it on top or bottom of his library. No. There was a 2 mana card that did this. Foil plasma jockey. Huh? Ooh! Okay. Alright. How much is Exquisite Blood? From the list, $18. I'll take it. Also, that means they've reprinted Exquisite Blood now. I'm happy to see that that card got reprinted, because it only had one printing otherwise. Until, like, last year. The boulder does not care for petty squabbles with small children. An island. Psionic Snoop. 3 mana, human rogue. It's a 0/3, but it could be a 1/4, but it has flash. It's not great. Maestros Initiate. We already talked about this guy when he was foil. Obscura Initiate. A 3 mana 2/2 with flying that can gain lifelink. Yes. All the yes. Broker's Initiate. A 1 mana 0/4 that if you pay 5 mana becomes a 5/5. Out of the way. 4 mana instant, but it costs 2 less if it targets a green permanent. Return target non-land permanent to its owner controls to its owner's hand and draw a card. Slip out the back. 1 mana instant, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It phases out. I'm not going to attempt to explain phasing. Since they brought it back, they've also changed how it works. Just a little. Public Enemy. Enchant creature. All creatures attack enchanted creature's controller each combat if able. When enchanted creature dies, draw a card. Wait, really? All creatures attack enchanted creature's controller each combat if able. Ooh, boy, is that a, oh wow, okay. Well, fancy Broker's Charm, but still it's just Broker's Charm. Racer's Ring. Obscura Interceptor. No one's inceptioning people.
So,
Ina.
I think I'm gonna go to bed early tonight.
Okay. I'm gonna double check
Yeah.
to see if I got an email.
Yeah, always double check that shit.
I did not get an email.
Boo. Yeah, you probably won't get it till the morning.
Yeah, well,
But-
that would make things really difficult when it's like, hey, I need you to show up to work at 9 a.m. And then it's like, cool, I got the email at 9:05.
Like, the thing is, like I said, you have to contact Kirby, she'll message Patrick.
Yeah.
So
I'm probably not going to start work tomorrow. I might not be able to start until after Memorial Day.
well, luckily we have Memorial Day off.
Correct.
So.
Hey, Adorn Flagstone.
Well, don't talk
Adorn?
about me like that.
I-
I'm not a flagstone, okay?
No, you're a Keystone. Go to the very
shit.
top. Bring the whole place together. But yes, if you if you want or need to go to bed, absolutely.
What the fuck? I've never had this happen before.
And what happened?
My phone is just saying processing incoming message.
Huh.
That is so trippy. Never had that before.
Yeah, the phones have been doing a lot of things recently. Which is
Well, yeah, if you have 5G, it does that.
really.
Yeah, it's been derpy. Why are you? What the fuck, dude?
But yes, hello Adorn Flagstone. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well.
Dude, I need to buy a new phone. I really need to buy a new phone. This thing is fucking awful. Trying to look online for a cheap used phone that's better than this. Honestly, I bet I can just find a refurbished one.
Yes. Yes, you probably could. What's wrong with this stack? I flopped both times that I got shield counters into the art cards. That's
Yeah, look, I can get an S10 for 200.
yeah. Do you want an S10?
Not really.
Mm-hmm.
I want something higher than an S10.
Yeah.
But anything above that and it goes up into the $400 or $500 range.
I know. Because I was looking into that at the same time, remember? Like a month ago.
Well, I could just get a Note 10.
Oh, that's possible.
A little extra money for a Note 10.
I'm good, how are you?
Does it come in different colors?
I'd say I've had a good day. It's a little stuffy in here. So I've been running air, and it just seems very warm today. But other than that, I'd say today was a good day for me. One more step closer to that inevitable horizon.
That is a terrible color.
I don't want to ask what color, or I don't want to make a guess at what color it was.
I'll
In case,
give you a hint.
is it olive
What?
green?
No, what's my favorite color?
Isn't your favorite color also my favorite color? Purple?
No, that's one of my favorite colors.
Oh,
Pink.
pink. Okay.
Now throw flamingo in front of it.
You mean the color of cooked shrimp?
The color of ass?
Yeah, that the real like pale white pink. An offer you can't refuse. 1 mana instant, counter target non-creature spell. Its controller creates 2 treasure tokens. That's gonna become a problem. We've the fishes, we've seen Raise an Upstart, we've seen Rakish Revelers, we've seen Ormella, Glamour Thief. We've seen just not this art. This is new art. Scheming Fence. This one's a fence, not a fencer. This is battlefield, choose an online permanent, activated, the chosen permanent can't be activated. He has all activated abilities of the chosen permanent, except for loyalty abilities. Okay. Oil Crew Captain.
Restarted my phone 5 minutes ago. It's not restarted.
Oh no.
It's stuck on the load screen.
Oh. I was afraid this was going to be a situation where you'd be like, yeah, I have to pop the battery out so I can jimmy the jiggle the SIM card. Which I don't even know if you can pop your phone's battery out.
Yes, this one I can.
Okay, because I wasn't sure when they stopped allowing people
That's
to
how
be able
old
to do
it
that.
is.
Yeah. Swamp. Jewel Thief. 3 mana, 3/3 cat rogue with vigilance and trample. And when it enters the battlefield, create a treasure token.
But yeah, I'm ahead of bed, so.
Alright. Have yourself a good night. You may need to send me a message with what time that you're going to be off, so I can definitely come to pick you up.
Well, if we get there at 9, I'm off at 5:30.
5:30. Okay. So
But-
that means I'll have to go to head out there roughly 4-ish.
Something like
Which is
that.
fine.
Don't
All right.
go to bed so I can wake up and take a shower.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Have yourself a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
I know
Good
it's gonna be hard, so.
Yeah. The fizzy has come back to haunt me. Alright. Good night.
Good night. This is a good card. 1 mana enchantment. Enchanted creature has menace. 1 mana enchanted creature has menace, first off, is what? That's great. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. Alright, cool. Most wanted, sure. Daring escape, we have seen. Fire Sledge Arsonist, it's a Viashino. Again, out of weirdly nowhere. Glittering Stockpile, Involuntary Employment. The Boulder has reservations about fighting a little girl. The Boulder is over his previous reservations. Non-foil Sanguine Spy. Fleetfoot Dancer, a 4-mana 4-4 with trample, lifelink, and haste. I really hope this guy's doing something in standard. Fleetfoot Dancer, 15 cents. It's a shame. Then we have Hargild, Kindly Rune Chanter, 4 mana for a human. With tap, add double colorless, spend only to cast artifacts or activate artifact abilities. With friends forever. I don't remember which kid had the unfortunate arts from Stranger Things. Because one of them had, like, Homecoming behind their head. Oh, it was Will the Wise. That's the one that had Homecoming. That particular one that we just looked at is Dustin the Genius.
My little PogChamp. My little PogChamp.
Hello, Kirby. For the next hour or so, you are my little PogChamp. Or, I guess I should say, probably for the rest of the stream. I doubt I'm gonna be going an hour. I only have like 4 more packs. Got a fish token. But hello, Kirby. How was your day? Prosperous Partnership art card. So many rush orders. I am sorry. Ready, Riveteers, Riveteers Outlook, have a ready Courtyard. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a pair of cement shoes! 1 mana to cast. Equipped creature gets +3/+3 and has at the beginning of your end step, tap this creature. The equipped creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. Courier's Briefcase. Enters the battlefield, create a token, sacrifice it, add 1 mana of any color because it is a treasure, or pay 5 and sacrifice it to draw 3 cards? Is that what that says? Yep, sacrifice it for 1 mana of any color, pay 5, tap, sacrifice it, draw 3 cards. Okay. Oh, Kirby, there's been some really fun cards from this block that you'd probably very much like. Pretty! Pretty, pretty! Take a look at that guy! Got pretty!
Pretty, pretty.
5 mana, 3/5, 2 things gain lifelink.
Yo, buddy.
Got pretty! Pretty, pretty! Pretty, pretty! They got the happy! Got pretty! Zia Torres Envoy. It starts with a Z. 33 cents. Deals damage to a player. Look at the top card of your library. It has Blitz. Sanders Lounge is actually one that will go into its sleep. Turns out all of the lands that are 3 types are very powerful and surprisingly expensive. It sounds so weird with my music. Yeah, that is the downside. Aspiring Overseer. But I've managed to go the whole night. Only one time did I have to stop what I was doing. Oh, no. I'm not missing pets. Yeah. Only one point in time throughout tonight did I stop the music from playing to show somebody new My Little PogChamp, because they redeemed it in the middle of somebody else redeeming Gigaputty and a song playing. So it was like, they have to know, I have to let them know what they redeemed. An island, a high-rise Sawjack, Broken Wings, Wrecking Crew, Mayhem Patrol, Rob the Archives, Nimble Larcenist, Unlucky Witness. Yes, it was Pessimistic Corn. And I wanted to make sure that they knew what they signed up for. Glamorous Outlaw. Oh! Ooh. If I remember correctly, that is a big one. Bootlegger Stash. $17. That is an expensive card. Last card was Graphene's Informant. All right, 2 packs. That's what's left. Will I finish it before this song? Probably not. Hey, a copy token. I haven't had one of those ever. Come on. Extravagant Replication. Where's your ponies? Oh, okay. This set didn't have ponies. This set had what's it? Rhinos. Give me a little bit. I can go find that box and show you the ponies. I mean, unless you want to see the goodest of boys. Because I can show you the goodest of boys right now. Jetmir's Fixers, Revelation of Power, Cabaretti Charm, Obscura Charm, Riveteer's Charm. Yes, I know ponies are better than rhinos. I'm not the one that made the set. Nimble Larcenist and so our second to last rare is Genie Faye, Jetmir's second, where if you would create one or more tokens, you may instead create that many 2/2 cats with haste or that many 3/3 dogs with vigilance. Foils Obscura Charm. So, the goodest of boys came from the previous box, because this is box number 2 after all. Come on. Focus. We need the words. But this is it. Yoshimaru Ever Faithful. A 1-mana, 1/1 dog that whenever another legendary permanent enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Look at that dog. Also, this is foily. All right. Ultimate pack. Especially for tonight. This is the last pack I'm opening tonight. We have a treasure token, so no list shenanigans now. Mountain, a dapper shield mate. Look how well he's dressed. And as long as it's your turn, he's a 4/2. A Civic Gardener, 2-mana 2/2. When it attacks, untap target creature or land. A Civil Servant, 2-mana 2/3, that when it attacks you may tap another untapped citizen. If you do, this gets +1/+0 and lifelink until it turn. A Gathering Throng, 3-mana 3/1. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for any number of cards named Gathering Throng. Reveal them and put them into your hand. Then we got a Crew Captain. Mr. Orfeo the Boulder. This time it's actual normal art of the boulder. Quasar Augur of Agonies. normal, regular art of it. Nice. Tramway station. Nimble Larcenist. Our last rare is Horde Hauler. Whenever it... Come on, don't do this now. It's the second to last card. 4 mana for a 5/5 vehicle with trample. When it deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token for each artifact they control. They control! Ooh, wee! That could get out of hand fast. The last card being a Riveteer's Requisitioner. When it dies, make a treasure token. All right. I would say, did I make money back from this box? Probably not. 3, 20, 5, 7, 7, 15. Oh, that's where that one went. 7. Yeah, I probably did not make whatever money I spent on this box back. And I was very close to just throwing in the towel halfway through the box. I'm glad I finished opening it. And that's not to say that there's, other cards that did get opened that I'm not sure of their value. Because I don't know what's possibly expensive out of the rest of these. Maybe there's something that's just real big from in standard. But since I have all of these, I'm gonna take a look to see if I can find the. I can't remember who it was. It was probably this guy. It's probably this guy that that would pique your interest there, Kirby. So, a 6 mana 3/6 with creature tokens you control have haste. And then if you're up or being combat on your turn, each player reveals the top card of their library for every. Should have a pony stack. I don't have a pony stack anymore. I don't know what happened to them. They're somewhere. They are. But it's a guy that makes creature tokens have haste, and then makes more creature tokens, and then also causes +1/+1 until end of turn to all of your tokens. But if you will afford me just the tiniest of like 3 minutes to attempt to find that box again. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. Sorry, I have to be very careful now because this is actually the box that I store it in, and it has shipping information. Also in this box is 2 copies of Secret Lair Kaleidoscope Killers, which I had totally forgotten about. But that's not what the question is. One second. It's all about being delicate so I can put it all back. Also, you need to know about my cat. What would you like to know about my cat? His name, his age, the fact that I'm not taking him with me? Because he belongs at the other house. He has so much space to be. I can't take him away from that spot. So these are the actual officially printed. Yeah, I can't take him away from that house. He doesn't live with me right now. It's not so much like I just can't do it. That's his house. He lives there. It's a big open area, and I can't until I have a big open area, I can't take him away from him. Oh, his name is Max. But yes, so these, if I can adjust this a little bit, these are the officially made My Little Pony Magic cards. We have Rarity, which makes rares and mythic rare spells cost 1 less. And then you can reveal a My Little Pony toy you own, and then until end of turn, another target creature gains protection for each color in that toy's coat, mane, and outfit. We have Nightmare Moon, who, let's see, as long as it's nighttime, she gets +2/+2 and has Menace. And you can pay 6 to transform her. Any pony may activate this ability or help pay the cost. When they do, they become your friend. I will not open this box up to show you what the other side of Nightmare Moon is. I haven't seen it either. And finally, Princess Twilight Sparkle. Other alicorns, horses, pegasi ponies, and unicorns you control get +1/+1. And if you control Applejack, Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, and Rarity, every pony wins the game. Rarity is the only one of those that got printed. So the last ability will never be fully achievable. But this is the 3 My Little Pony cards, officially printed by Wizards of the Coast in official Magic the Gathering backing. The only downside is they are silver bordered, so not legal in standard play. If you wish to use them for things, be sure to clear it with your play group. Yes, I would like all these cards. Aha, I bet you would, Kirby. Bet you would. But for now, go right back in their box. For safety. Because while I do say that, yes, I play the game, and I'm not like, oh, I'm a collector, I have to collect the pieces. This is for safety. Right back in. Yeah, so you just looked them up and saw that it was only a one instance for a charity event, and that they don't have any more of them available, and if you wanted to try to get them separately, it'd be like at least $200 for the full set of 3. Or are you seeing that there is no more of the other ponies? Or are you mad at Wizards of the Coast for having an entirely separate My Little Pony game that got forgotten about entirely? Because there is an entirely separate My Little Pony card game. And I don't remember much about it. Okay, I think that's everything that I needed to do. Everything that I needed to take care of. It is, wow, 10:30. Ooh. All right, looks like I've been going for a bit longer than I anticipated. Which is weird because I keep starting later and later, but I keep going later and later. And that's fine. All right. Thank you, everybody. I'll go back to the base screen so I can close down my my webcam and not have to worry about accidentally revealing my face to everybody and breaking the illusion. I want to play at least with Rarity because you have the toys. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. What, you think I wouldn't have the cards if I didn't have at least one toy, right? But thank you, everybody, for coming out and showing up. I know today wasn't Path of the Goddess or any other video game. It was just calm tunes, opening cards, and seeing some things that may or may not have caused problems for my mind earlier on. Let's see. I do want to thank Pessimistic Corn for following today, and I also want to thank Fenrol Everbrand for the 100 bits earlier on. Yes, you've seen my face. You had that You had the choice of that. I don't want to thrust that on people without them making an educated decision. Which toy do I have? Oh, God. Wait. Which one did I have? Oh, crap. No, I might have been confusing them with the Steven Universe things that I had. I thought I had something. I'm pretty sure I had one My Little Pony toy. But oh God. No, I bought one My Little Pony toy, but it wasn't for me. It was for my older brother. Which is its own separate thing. Yeah.
Pretty, pretty. You look good at sky. You're pretty. Pretty. Go, Buzzy. You're pretty. Pretty.
Oh God.
Pretty.
You're happy. You're pretty. Okay. Aha, brony. It's like, yeah. And there's no problem with that. Like I was within the age range of watching My Little Pony when it was on TV. Because remember, the most recent My Little Pony, Generation 4, the Friendship is Magic one, that started in 2010, roughly. I was an adult already then. Well, I mean, you didn't really see the Toby per se. I'm trying to get it to happen again, but I can't. Yeah, all you saw was the little front caps. Yeah, that's kind of that's what happened. Chocolate. Ah, good. That's some good chocolate. That'll keep me going for another 20 minutes. Probably not going to keep streaming for 20 minutes, but you did not. actively moving back to. See? Yeah, that's all you get. You get the front, the front top. But no one gets the beat. All right. Yeah. That'll do it for today. Tomorrow, no stream will be happening tomorrow. Make sure you stop in, watch some other people's things. They're all trying. They're trying their best. I didn't mean to say that they were trying as in they're trying my patience. They're trying. But I won't be here. There's something else that I'll be taking care of when okay. Either way, that'll be a thought for another time. So no stream tomorrow. Who knows about Friday, but we'll hit Friday when we get there. I'm going to bed now. Thanks for the stream. Oh yeah, Kirby, I'm trying to go to bed too. I was just doing the goodbyes and saying, if you want to get a hold of me for any reason at all whatsoever, feel free to send a message here on Twitter or on Discord. I try to respond within reason. I am starting a raid to Dresden. It's like that was the plan. Until the next time that we see each other, stay safe, stay healthy, be good to yourself, be good to other people. Oh, you're coming in right at the end. I'm sending people away right now, French fry. Either way, still, stay safe, stay healthy, be good to yourself, be good to other people. Take care. I'll see you all next time. Bye.